Hey, we are live. We are back again tonight with another Sunday single Elim, and tonight we're actually playing it, not just casting it. Though that might not last long because I have Big B's for my first round, and Big B's has been playing a lot lately, and I haven't. So, we'll do our best. I'm not going super sweaty try hard. I haven't been playing a whole lot lately, so there's some stuff I want to try out. I want to try out some Skaven schemes. I've heard Nurgle got really good with the Fury changes, so I want to give them some goes. Yeah. Not sure what else I want to play. Maybe some Beastmen, maybe some Empire. I kind of want to play some Bret. I feel like nobody's really been playing Bret on this patch, but I don't feel like they got much worse. So I'm kind of curious about Bret. Slaanesh too, but I don't know that I'm going to just send it with Slaanesh yet. Everything, all my many windows situated. Haven't gotten used to streaming again, so I get everything organized. And then I actually got to get the draft for picks. Alright. Waiting on Big B's. This is our usual pick 3 format. If you haven't seen it, it's in the term description. You can check it out. But I imagine most of you have seen, or at least played in, or at least seen some of these tournaments at this point, so I won't explain it for the 100th time. What map are we on? We are in round 2, so it's Road to Talabheim, which, hey, look, I definitely planned ahead for that. So, Nurgle, Skaven, Bret. Kislev, Greenskin's worse. Gross. Alright. Grab this. He has Kislev, Greenskin stores. I will try to show you guys the draft if I remember how OBS works. Let's see. This should work. Alright. So, this is our draft. Bans Dwarf Skaven. No great surprise there. Let's see, what are we going to start with? This is a fairly big map, so Bret Dwarves isn't completely unplayable, but it's not good. But Kislev is doable, also not good. Skaven, I'm kind of okay with into either. I kind of want to leave Nurgle on the table because I don't know what they're capable of, so we're not going to ban any of their Nurgle matchups. So I think we start with Bret Kislev. And yeah, Bret Dwarves with the new cannons is just going to be a pain. Can't find their opponent. Who is your opponent? Local bareback. Bank 13. Do I know who this person is? They've never played an event before. This is what I usually do for no-shows. If somebody doesn't show up, contact their opponent within 15 minutes, then I just give the win to the person who showed up. Okay, Dwarf, Nurgle, Greenskin, Brett. So no Brett for me. Dwarf, Nurgle. Alright, Skaven Greenskins is kind of sketchy. That's still the wrong button. Skaven Kislev I could try. New Winged Lancers really scare me though. Like, really scare me. Yeah, their heavy calf's a pain. But I have schemes, so I think I'm going to leave that one on the table. Do I want to? You know, I want to try some Nurgle. Let's get some Nurgle games. So let's ban Skaven Kislev. What was I doing? There was something I forgot to do. What was it? Oh yeah, this. Kislev is not banned. Okay, so we're playing Nurgle into Kislev. Which is fine. And we are back to game. And I'm not going to bother with a blocker. If Big B's wants to stream snipe, I'll just call him a little bitch. Because he is. So. Alright. Nurgle into Kislev. We probably want the Sorcerer Lord. Sorcerer Lord is quite good. Rinse of Visitations. I think two Overcasts can one-shot most of the caster characters for Kislev. So, no problem there. Yeah, that makes them actually to be pretty careful about where they position their characters. And also do good damage against sleds, I imagine, although I haven't tested it. I think we go with Tomarkon's banner. Stream and passive both just provide solid damage and healing, so we always take that. Need that, don't need that. Built Mace. Armor Sunder is kind of useful, I guess. Terror isn't. I think we're going to pass on that. An Exalted Hero to go be annoying with their missiles. Don't need that. I think our main line's going to be Plague Bearers. They've been doing very, very well. From what I've seen lately, they're extremely durable against everything, and their weapon strength means they can beat down a lot of Cav and infantry. Furies and reserves, since those are apparently overpowered now. What else do we want, though? Pestigors, probably reserve Pestigors. Little scared of Little Grom, so I can't bring anything too elite, but my Exalted Hero can actually go bother Little Grom. Like, these two characters are pretty good at bothering Little Grom. So I could gamble and try to bring a Rot Knight, maybe, but I don't know that Rot Knight does a whole lot for me. It beats their Cav, but it doesn't accomplish that much against the infantry, so I think we're going to pass on the Rot Knight. Come on, grab the bar. Always want to a U in the reserve. Pestigores are just solid. Actually, I think we start some of our Pestigores. Pushing buttons is difficult. There. That can be our starter. I'll do a good job clearing through a lot of the Kislev chaff. We can't bring too much opening skirm because of the threat of Lil Grom as well as shooting. Don't want any of this stuff. I think we just want Bile Trolls, honestly. To fill it out, Bile Trolls are pretty nasty looking. The one thing we don't really have an answer for is bears. Do I want to include one of these guys? That's pretty heavy commitment, and that means I won't have these, which I kind of like. Kind of really like these guys. But they have minus MD, they have regen. Yeah, they have a lot of things I like about them. Also, I haven't figured out the proper way to arrange all of my windows, so I'm gonna keep losing chat, and I'll catch up with you guys when I find it. I think I want a Chaos Knight or two. There's very few things I actually need the throwing axes for, so I think we'll cut them, grab a Chaos Knight, and a Chevron. Okay, come on. I think we call it a day. Okay, I don't want to play this. We are, of course, a little bit scared of his shooting. Like, the small arms fire isn't a huge deal. We're very durable because we're Nurgle, we have Plague Bears, and Marauders that can just take a lot of shots. Little Grom's a little scary, particularly for our characters. I might have to be on top of Micro or find places to hide them if there is a Little Grom, and find a safe way to approach. Cav is a bit of a nuisance, but our infantry is pretty high mass, so they have a hard time actually doing much collision damage to us. And then we have monstrous infantry and cavalry of our own to match it, so it shouldn't be a huge issue. Yeah, I feel like there's not any one thing we're particularly scared of. It's just a matter of, do our units actually have the stats to win the frontline fight, which I'm not entirely certain about. I also have a really cheeky idea about how I want to play this. This could blow up in my face, or it could make me look like the smartest person in the world. But basically, we're going here. I want to attack him from this way. I want to push him out from this little outcropping of trees, so I can push through to his shooting from safety, and then from this corner where we can come at him from both angles. So, I'm gonna have Pestigores over here, just to make it look like I'm actually over here. As well as giving me the ability to mess around the points. My Lord will also be on this side, but the Plague Bearers and the Hero are going to be on the far side. So, alright, I believe we are good to go. Ready, GLHF. He has an army that's just as wide as ours, so it shouldn't be a huge difference there. We got sleds. Sleds are fine. We can hide in the trees, just avoid getting shot. And summon some Bile Trolls out. What else do we have? Just infantry? Cool. Yeah, we want to get kind of like this. You can try to poke out and grab one of these objectives, but it's not essential. What do we have? An Ice Witch that's Tempest with just Blizzard, that's fine. How much missile resist do we have? How many shots can we actually take? Yeah, we don't want to take shots, but we want objectives, so sacrifice I'm willing to make. Need some trolls back here. Make sure there's some mass to prevent him just running through my infantry. But I kind of need to at least like get this flank in position before we can really take a fight. And now, let's try and take objectives in the meantime. He's not going to let that happen, which is smart. Didn't let that happen. But honestly, I just want to keep his sleds on this side of the map so when my flank does come through, they can't disrupt my engage. I really don't want them running through my lines of infantry while we're trying to flank. Which one is this? Not that one. Cool. There we go. Alright, he's gonna cap that. That's fine. Once these plague bears are in position, what else do I actually need before I want to start the fight? There's Griffin Legion. These are what? Armored Kossars, Kossars, Kossars. I think we are going to need more Pestigors on the field. Which does leave us a little bit wanting for mass. Oh, alright, we gotta go. He's going to see us. Alright, well, the cat's out of the bag now. It is time to go. He's going to have to pivot that formation or take a massive charge in the flank. Oh, those are dervishes. Okay, I wonder if he was just scouting me, which, if so, good on him. This Pestigor is going to get ruined if he stays there. Ow. Stop that, please. Going to want more Pestigors out on the field. Plague Bears, keep moving up. You can fight those dervishes, that's fine. We keep our trolls behind our infantry line. That way we can make sure those sleds don't charge right through us. Things in the woods. Honestly, Plague Bears should slap things in the woods. They should absolutely slap them. Because they have massive, massive amounts of weapon strength, and things don't have armor. So that's a perfectly fine fight for us to take. You run into some Kossars, start casting spells. Rolls as well. Those are basic Kossars as well, not whatever you want to call them. Spear Kossars. Yeah, the scary one. Race there, we don't want to take too much damage from that. Get an Overcast Rancid on that caster, get us some more Pestigors out and moving up. Get our trolls back, they're taking a lot of damage, we don't want that. Although we can also back off and regen, which is kind of nice. Our character can start killing those sleds, he's quite good at that. Those guys are winning that fight there reasonably well. And trolls can start getting to this cav. You guys are also just going to sit back and regen for a bit. Get everything else into the front. Get in there. Ignore the sleds. Push onto his lines. Keep casting Stream. Juicy one. Very, very juicy one. More Pestigors. Yeah, this Plague Bear flank, it's going alright. There's not a whole lot over here to actually do effective damage to them. The sleds are having a hard time, which is good. We're gonna need something out here to come kill these dervishes. I guess Furies will have to do the job. Just, again, fine. Not the end of the world. Get in the backline more. Shut down more of this shooting. That hurts a little bit. That hurts a little bit. But yeah, the things are getting destroyed by the Plague Bears, which is kind of what I was expecting. Exactly what you like to see. Plague Bears keep moving back here. We're trading up in value, which is a good place to be. I want to save up for another Rancid so I can actually kill that caster. I don't want her on the field. Get some Furies out here. They can honestly probably start hounding the sleds or cav. Wing Lancers. Get on those Wing Lancers. You get here. Character's still beating up sleds, which is fine. Move in. Move in. Move there. Alright, we're going to save up for the DR second army ability. We don't want to waste it on just the slow. Slow's not that valuable. I'm going to send my hero to try and chase down that lord rather than trying to get another Rancid on her. I want another unit of trolls in the field. Trolls are resilient to everything except for walking into the enemy gun line, which is exactly what I did with them. But any other situation where I don't eat them into death, they'll be just fine. Yeah, go kill her. I'm willing to sacrifice some army ability to actually get on top of her and try to kill her. Sled is kind of annoying, but if we get more trolls on the field, we'll be fine. Furies, go help with the snipe. Trolls as well. More bile trolls, please. Pestigores, I need you to cycle. Are you actually doing good work there? Doesn't look like you're doing a whole lot of hitting. Okay, there we go. Means we can keep casting spells and giving us that sweet, sweet passive healing. You guys move up. I kind of want our Chaos Knight on the field soon. There's not a whole lot that can stop it. So that'll be a nice spot for us to be in. I agree. Domination or death. Yeah, that should kill off the caster, which also kills their lord, which means their leadership can tank, which means their passive procs a lot sooner. But we do need some cavalry to actually help contest theirs, so we want our Chaos Knight on the field. Fury, you can honestly go start killing some of these cavalry units for me. Character and the Bile Trolls. Off the Lord. Keep casting. Perfect. My character can get in here. Start grinding on that side. They're taking the objectives, but that's fine. We're up a lot of value, and Kislev does not cycle well, and we're going to have effective cav to help deal with this problem as well. I'm actually really pleased with how that flank went. Like, the whole Plague Bears over on this side of the map were a real big problem for him. Now the sleds are going down. Good. Fecundity. Drop on these Plague Bears. They're extremely useful from low HP, because their leadership is going to hold when the rest of our army's leadership will not. Characters keep chasing the sleds. And at this point, there's not a whole lot left to contest us. These Plague Bears can start moving towards the center and actually contesting these objectives. Furies, take to the skies, don't get charged. Taking charges is like the one thing I've seen Furies dying to a lot with their new buffs. But as long as they're getting the charges, which you should always be getting the charges because the flying, you're just fine. Trolls, help with those Wind Lancers. Cost, what are they called? Kislev Warriors, the Halberds? Yeah, Kislev Warriors. They're going down, that's good. That sled is very low health. See if we can send it over there to get rid of it. We lost an objective. That's fine. They're not going to hold it. We have a lot of strong reinforcements coming in. That's it. We aren't cycling very well. Most of what we have on the field is... Sorry, most of what we have in reserve is, like, not stuff we want to be summoning necessarily. Not stuff that holds ground. Like, Furies do a job, but it's not the job we need right at this exact moment. Chaos Knights coming in. Gonna have infantry support, though. What happened to my Fury? They died. That's cool. Get these trolls over here. Chaos Knights with infantry support should just dominate all of their cavalry, which is good. Get these trolls into that cav. Sled's gone. That's good. Pestigores are our best cycling unit, so we'll make sure that they're being desummoned whenever we can. Get Furies up here. Yeah. Basically, we want to make sure we're desummoning Pestigores whenever possible because we want them. Hey, there we go.
Unending glory is yours.
Alright. Yeah, I think that flank played out well. The Plague Bearers, as I said, the Plague Bearers have been doing really, really well from the games I've been seeing lately. Characters did well. Yeah, Plague Bearers are just extremely durable with the leadership buffs. I mean, they were always durable, but with the leadership buffs, they don't crumble. They don't kill themselves for you. So, it's real, real nice. Furies, I don't know. I feel like Nurgle Furies probably aren't that good into Kislev because there's so much armor. They probably could have killed basic Kossars, but we were better off just having infantry and cavalry and trolls. Bile Trolls are really tanky and they hit hard, so I like them. Caster got shut down. The front line did okay. I could probably give them a few too many targets to shoot, like letting my trolls run ahead of my front line. That was really sloppy. The sleds, yeah, we shut one of them down pretty hard. The other one didn't quite pay for itself. Griffin Legion, Cav wasn't able to pay for himself, so yeah. All around, pretty good go for us. I really like that tree cover on this map to allow us to advance from safety. Alright. Where is OBS? We are back here. We're done with this draft. And we have conquered the mighty big bees. That we have... Where's Nurgle? Nurgle and Kislev. And the great, great filthy ones are victorious. How are you up so high? Camera just goes to the map. I'm using the debug camera. I'm using the dev camera, basically. Because I don't like the default camera. I like to be able to scroll out more. And I like to be able to move my camera freely as opposed to that, like... I don't know how to describe it. The base game is like on a ramp, a curved ramp, so like it comes out and then goes up. I don't know, I just really don't like the base camera moves, so I enabled the dev camera. Which, if you want to do it yourself, there's like a ton of videos on YouTube on how to do that. Just look up debug, like Warhammer 3 debug camera. I think Anticity has a really good video on it. Alright, so that is our first round. Are we waiting on an opponent for the next round? Yeah, so next round, we're going to have to wait for another game. So I am going to run to the bathroom, and then I'm going to find a game to cast while we wait for our next opponent. So I will be right back. Alright, I am back. So we have to wait for Poseidon and V-Anime, and then the winner of that game to face Harrison, and then the winner of that will face us. So what I'm going to do is, I believe all these games have already started, so once somebody makes it to the second round, so any of these leftmost games, once they finish up, we will cast whichever game gets started first. Ideally, we get to cast the one that we're waiting on, because then the timing will be perfect. But we'll see what happens. So I'm just going to sit here and refresh for a bit. We don't need this here. Go away. Alright, I'm going to check the Discord, make sure everybody's finding their opponents. Nobody has any questions for me. Looks like somebody had to drop. That's no big deal. I wonder... I'm wondering what Kislev build would have been scarier for us there. Like, the cheap caster is nice, you have to be really careful of Rancid, though. But, like, Blizzard caster is usually a solid place to start in most matchups. Just something like this. You can take this if you want, you can take this if you want, but you can't really get close, so you don't want to use this against Nurgle because of Rancid, and you're not spamming, so you don't really want the slow. Although you could do slow spamming maybe with Hailstorm and Glass of True Flight. That might hurt Nurgle quite a bit because they're already pretty slow. But I digress. So yeah, Armored Kossars, pretty much always where you start. I don't know, I feel like the sleds are the right play. I just think they were... I think we did a good job of misdirecting them, like had them on the wrong side of the flank. he was over on our far right where we had all of our cheap infantry, and then our more valuable stuff come from the left. And he just had to rotate, and so he didn't have much time to actually skirmish with them effectively and get much value. Which, that comes down to more of a play thing. I think the build choice was correct. I wonder how... actually, I probably don't do well if there's too many Furies. But then what else do we back this up with? Do we want lots of Cossars? Like, this is not a terrible idea. Little Grom could be good. I don't know. I'm really not the biggest Kislev player. I've never been the biggest fan of Kislev. So, I'm really not sure. Because I could see a couple ways of doing it. Like, Little Grom. Like, this is super tall. But Little Grom deals with all the, like, really threatening things. The characters, the Chaos Knights, Rot Knights. That's alright against Trolls. And the sleds kill the infantry. Basically, this kills anything that can deal with the deal with the sleds. And the sleds go ham. And then you have your armored Cossars to bring up the rear and hold ground. It's a little micro heavy, but you can do it. And then you just throw in like a Kislev warrior. You could also just go for a much wider build. Kislev warriors and Cossars. Bend sucks. Yeah, something like this. Go really, really wide. I feel like this is going to be a little more susceptible to like the Pestor debuff just spreading to everything, but it's a little bit harder to stat check with just a Nurgle infantry tide, which is kind of what we did. But this is weaker to like Soul Grinder Kite, or I don't know. Is there anything else this is really weak to from Nurgle? Like, I feel like that super wide build is probably the most threatening, because, like, our infantry was getting worn down as it was, even though he had a relatively tall build with the double sled. I feel like just going a lot wider does you a lot of good, and then you just bring in Cav. And, you know, if you want some more infantry, you can. If you want to bring some Zarg... Yeah, Zarg are probably pretty sketchy, because they almost always bring Stream Corruption. Things... I don't know how I feel about things. A lot of people tell me they really like things, but I've never been that impressed with them. Like, they're light armor, so they get killed by most things. Like, you saw our Plague Bears destroyed them one-on-one. With, like, half health remaining. So, it's like... I mean, I guess they do want the Pestors, they'll do well supporting infantry because some mass. So I guess we do want a couple, and just have them layered on top of our front line. Although, hell, we could even start... Or not start, but, like, reinforce a sled. This could be okay. Like, I feel like Nurgle is one of those factions where there's not really one thing that beats you. Like, they have a couple of strong pieces. Like, their Exalted Heroes are really, really strong. They have some strong characters. Their Chaos Knights are good, but there's not, like, one threat. It's not like the Empire where you have to deal with the steam tank or you lose. It's a little bit of everything. Kislev's also kind of like that, to a lesser degree. It's like, alright, it's just the culmination of strong infantry, tanky cavalry, good characters, good furies, good skirmish cav. It's like, alright, it's just a, you know, decent everything rather than one particularly strong thing, so it makes it a little bit harder to actually strategize against, because you just need to know how the stats match up. And, like, it's hard to know at a glance if one frontline beats another frontline when it's, you know, what's this, like 10 units on, what, 8 or 9 units? With all the different variations, like, you know, characters breaking charges, the passive spamming coming in from Nurgle, the Pestor debuff spreading. Like, there's so many variables in that frontline fight, it's hard to know who will win it without actually just trying it. So I am curious to see if Kislev could win that way. They've definitely been good at that in the past. Alright, I see Cartfish and Lahoot. Let me find one of them on Discord and bother them for spectator slots. Alright, I'm gonna get Blocker up, because I'm perfectly fine leaking my builds. I'm not gonna leak other people's builds. If I can help it anyway. I see the hoot zone. Alright, what's the password? What's the password? Yeah, so debug camera isn't a setting. You have to actually go in the INI files and enable it manually. It's not an in-game setting, which is a pain. I think it should be because the base camera kind of sucks. Yeah, like I said, there's lots of YouTube videos on how to do it. What is this witchcraft? It's a password that isn't 123. Welcome to the stream, Neth. Oh, I see. I see only one player in this lobby. Oh, they're probably drafting. We'll have to wait another couple of minutes before the game starts, which is fine. Just fine. Alright, so who is actually playing against the Hoot? I have already forgotten. It is... Or is it Cartfish? I do not know this person. Have they played tournaments before? They have. Okay. Alright, so we say a message to them. We'll be getting here shortly and doing picks and bans and all that. So... Yes, I am really curious about Nurgle on this patch, because with Furies actually giving them a reliable tool to shut down ranged units and help in cav fights and deal with light cav and skirmish cav, that's very powerful for Nurgle, because now they're very, very strong front line, and reliable cavalry can actually do a lot of work. Like previously, I have the blocker up still, don't I? I'm looking at the Nurgle roster, so... Previously it was like, well, most of the Nurgle's infantry is just best in class, especially when supported by healing from Festus or a Mortis from the Great Unclean One, or, you know, what have you. Their Exalted Heroes are really good, Cultists are really good, their Knights are really strong. But it's like, well, they just don't have anything to actually stop them from being shot to pieces, and they have weak shooting of their own. So finally having that Fury unit to actually go in and shut down archers, or huntsmen, or handguns, or whatever it is that's just playing you apart, is really, really nice, because they can actually like survive long enough to grind to the front line. That's the thing, like, if you're playing a faction like Greenskins, they don't need that flying unit, because they punch through the front line so fast. Nurgle doesn't go through the front line nearly as fast, but they don't take much damage doing it. They need the time to actually sit and grind without being shot to pieces. So Furies can actually buy them a lot of that time now, which is really, really nice. Real nice. So, Wild Trolls are also solid edition. I think Ogres are too, but they're a little more niche just because they're expensive. But like, the stats on these boys are nutty. 26 PVI on a monster infantry unit that already has good stats and high weapon strength. Real, real nice. Plus their ITP, which is really nice for monster infantry. And then the glorious anti-large units that Nurgle's been waiting for since launch. Literally since launch. Alright. Do we have a player? We do not. If he doesn't show up momentarily, I'm going to start soliciting other games to spectate. Now there's no one in this lobby. Okay. Are there any lobbies for me? I left alone in a lobbyless world. I require spectator slots. I forgot to tell people to give me spectator slots when I announced the tournament, and I feel like that was a mistake. A mistake that is now biting me in the butt. I have a blocker up? I do. Okay. So we popped over to Housecat's lobby, who was his opponent? Housecat versus Delanius? I'm gonna venture as how that's pronounced. Yeah, that's what we're gonna go with. That's my story. We'll see how this goes. So, Housecat is obviously a member of RTK, and somebody I've played extensively with. And Sylvanas is not a player I'm terribly familiar with. Are they new? Or am I just a bad person who didn't learn names? Let us check on Total Tavern. Okay, so they've played extensively. Oh, they've actually been playing since about halfway through last year. So, veteran of about 9 months. So, this should be a pretty solid match. 1, 2, 3, 4 for extra effort. Let the mind games begin. Just like messing with people. Beastmen Harpies with 7 chevrons. Both what, Iskander? Both what? What are you talking about, Iskander? Alright. Looks like they're still doing picks and bans. Sylvanas is on Bretonnia with what looks like an auto-generated build, so still doing their pick 3s. So, be a couple minutes. Housecat's hovering Ogres. I know he's been playing those a bit lately. Don't know if we're going to get to see it today. Hopefully we do. We don't get to see a ton of Ogres, especially in the land of lots of Chaos factions, so that would be a rare treat. Or a rare disappointment, depending on how you feel about big stinky Ogres. Personally, I don't like Ogres. I've lived through too many Ogre metas. I just have trauma every time I see 10 Ogre Bulls running at me. That said, they do feel really good on the current patch, just because their second wave comes in so fast. Because the game modes are shorter, having those reinforcements with that extra 15 speed is a big deal. Ogres Wood Elves. Okay. I hope this isn't bait, because this matchup's actually pretty good. So Lead Belchers are a big problem for Wood Elves. They just shred everything, but they don't outrange the Wood Elf Archers by that much, especially the Deepwood Scouts and Weight Watchers. So there's kind of this mini game of, can the Ogres spot out the Elven Archers before they get in range to just delete the Lead Belchers, because the Lead Belchers are very squishy. So that is how I've typically seen it played. High Elves can also bring some nice terror pieces, which Ogre leadership is pretty weak, so you can clear out a lot of Ogre Bulls that way. I've seen Sisters of Twilight in this matchup, I think. I feel like I've seen Durthu, but I don't know if I can condone Durthu. There's just too much potential shooting on the Ogre side. Dryads are also pretty good. They tear up Noblars real fast. They have pretty high weapon strength, if my memory serves, which is good into the lightly armored Ogre Bulls. Yeah, they have 40 weapon strength. So they can actually tear up the Ogre front line pretty quickly, provided they don't get just slaughtered on the charge or by shooting. And then the Wood Elf Archers are also solid into just all the lightly armored Ogre targets. Actually, come to think of it, when Ogres were meta, I do remember a couple of Wood Elf mains doing really well, using them as a counter pick. Remember, I think it was Charix that was using them successfully to beat Ogres when they were meta a couple of patches ago. Which was like unheard of because nothing was even touching Ogres at that point. So it should, in theory, be a good matchup for Wood Elves. But with the shorter game time, that reinforcement wave from the Ogres is just a really, really big wild card, and I'm not sure how much that's going to impact their matchups. So I am curious to see that. Hey, Dark Age, welcome. Hey, Dust. Yes, I have been just belly slammed by Ogres one too many times. Let's see, I lived through Warhammer 3 launch Ogres with the Iron Blaster that one-tapped things across the map. With the Gorgers that never died. And then I lived through Ogre build-up, where they just ran at you and they beat every unit of yours in melee. What are three good factions circling into PvP? Norska, Tomb Kings, and I can never remember all the factions in this game. What would be a third one? Oh, looks like the game's starting. Maybe Brett. Brett's a little micro heavy, but the approach to Brett is pretty simple, and it doesn't change that much depending on your matchup. So it's a skill set that you can learn and then have continued success with, which is nice. What else could I see? Yeah, probably those three. Probably Norska, Tomb Kings, Brett. With Brett having a bit of an asterisk. Yeah, I've been saying for a long time, I think Norska is probably the best beginner faction. They're fairly well-rounded and fairly simple, so they teach you a lot about just taking engagements and a lot of things that are transferable to other factions. Whereas a faction like Ogres teaches you a lot of things that are very Ogre specific, so they're not that good for teaching the game as a whole. So I like Norska as that somewhat generic template faction. So anyway, we have a game, and we're not going to stare at a blocker this whole time. So, for Silanius as Wood Elves, we have Draicha with just Melkoth, it looks like, as well as her summon and her melee attack aura. We have a Branch Wraith with Melkoth. So we have two Melkoth casters. Here's see what their targets of choice are. We have 3 Gladeguard Starfire Shafts. That's kind of interesting. You don't typically need a lot of armor piercing against the Ogres, so I'm kind of curious what their goal here is. I wonder if he's worried about Mournfang Cavalry, because that is typically, well, Iron Guts as well, are really the only armored targets you typically see from an Ogre player. We have Eternal Guard, Shields, which Silver Shields and then Spears do very, very well against both Noblar Trappers and Ogre Bulls, so solid choice, and the Dryads I was talking about earlier, which do tend to be a meat grinder against the lightly armored Ogre frontline. But looks like just a pretty standard archer line with Spears and Dryads. Nothing too outlandish. For the Ogres, we have double Scrap Launcher from Housecat. We also have Slaughtermaster of Great Maw with Belly Slapper and Troll Guts. We have Mournfang Iron Fists. I kind of like that. Wood Elves have historically had a lot of trouble with heavy cav. They don't have strong cav of their own. They don't have very good mass. Shuriken are okay, but they're slow. Zotes are good at killing armored cav, but they're also too slow to catch it. So Wood Elf infantry can typically get bowled over by cav very easily. So I do like this inclusion, and the shields are obviously a nice inclusion against the arrow-heavy faction of the Wood Elves. Have some Noblars, have some Noblar Trappers, Iron Fists, and Bulls. So, Scrap Launchers are a bit interesting to me. On one hand, yes, their low damage output is fine into the very fragile Wood Elves, and they can do a good job of this right here, of getting rid of the skirmish, or they could whiff entirely, which is what they always do when I use them personally. But the reason you don't typically see these against Wood Elves is Waystalkers with Arrows of Kurnos, just sniping them across the map. Like, Wood Elves are really, really good at sniper artillery for that reason, so typically you don't see Iron Blasters or whatever these are called, scrap launchers, against them, but they're not on the field today, so let's see how much these scrap launchers can actually get away with. And on top of that, they're a solid melee chariot, which, again, Wood Elves have pretty low HP pools, so the lack of weapon strength isn't a huge deal, or as huge a deal as it would be elsewhere. Got some lead belchers coming in. We have the Wild Hunters of Kurnos. Okay. So I said Wood Elves don't have good cav. This is probably the only good cav unit they have, and it's, what, 1,500, 1,400? It's got a bit of fizz resist, but it is very fragile, so it needs to get into good engagements quickly. So it needs to be able to find that Mornfang cav and actually stop it from doing it at once. Meantime, scrap launchers are just getting nice up and close, where they can get some really short-range shots and get some good damage in. Oh wait, never mind, I'm just dumb. Okay, I don't know how OBS works. Fun fact. So, Ogres are going to do a bunch of skirmishing. They have greater range, so they're going to actually try to kite the Wood Elves, which is not the side of kite Wood Elves are usually on. Lead Belchers, as you can see, do pretty good work against infantry. Took about 20% off the Eternal Guard and did some incidental damage to the Glade Guard. But as soon as they get in range, they're going to be taking a lot of damage, as they are a very, very squishy missile unit. They're not that fast, so they're going to be taking a lot of pokey sticks in their rears. Oh. Lag. Please don't drop. Okay. Crisis averted. Is this the same Iron Fist? Yeah, so still just the one cav unit on the field for the Ogres. Probably fine, and just summoning more and more bulls. Yeah. Lead Belchers have to toe a very fine line of not getting run at by the Wood Elf archers, as they only have a slight range advantage, but they do really good damage to those spears, and they are typically Ogre's best tool against spears. So, gotta keep them alive. Looks like we got some overextending Iron Fists, getting caught by the Dryads and the spears. I'm gonna try to back off, and this is one of the best parts of playing Ogres, is if you find yourself in an engagement you don't like, you can just turn your fat ogre ass around and run away, because you're faster than literally every other infantry unit. Sisters of the Thorn command. Ooh, I kind of like that. Sisters of the Thorn. This unit, I like this unit, but it's really hard to find places for them, because if they get shot, they're very sad. They have very high missile strength, and they have some useful spells to actually buff your cav, and they actually are a solid light cav unit, so against a lot of a few factions, they can actually do pretty well. Ogre Bulls, not Ogre Bulls, Mornfang cav, charging through the spears, trying to get into that sweet, sweet back line. There's nothing here to stop them. Melkoth's coming in on Mornfang Iron Fists, but with so few models, they're not actually taking that much damage. Oh no, they're taking a pretty good bit of damage, and now they're getting countercharged by the Wild Hunters. This is a pretty bad engagement for the Ogres. Wood Elves are doing a really good job of punishing the slow as well and the cursive on here, making sure that they can't get out of here, but they do have some Nodlars to pull through, so they are going to be just fine. We're going to pull back and get some Troll Guts. Haven't lost any models, so as soon as that Troll Gut cast goes off, they'll be back at full health. Scrap launchers are still just completely uncontested and plinking away, but now we do have the Ogre Bull dual weapon, Mass Summon on the flank, to try and come chew through some of these Dryads and get into the archers. And the problem with spears against Ogres is that Ogres walk around them, because they're faster. So, as much as you would love to just have spears fighting Ogres, Ogres like to just walk around the spears. Now, this big unholy blob fight is going rather poorly for the Wood Elves, as there are multiple trappers just firing onto their very elite, expensive cavalry. Wood Elves are actually up in value quite a bit somehow. Kind of surprised by that. But we do have a Troll Guts coming down the Mornfang. They're being topped up. Blade Riders and Sisters are trying to kill off. Looks like the Mornfang, which is not going very quickly. They're not armor piercing, and the Mornfang have quite a bit of armor as well as those shields. The Trappers are now moving in to fight the Dryads, which is probably not where they want to be. They tried to chase the cav, they got pulled into melee, and now they're going to be grinding against the Dryads, who are being buffed by Drycha, so they're going to have quite a bit of melee attack. But they have the the cav, the Mornfang cav, there to protect them. Where did our Lead Belcher get off to? Okay, the Lead Belcher's still sitting back here, just blinking away, taking out whatever elves it can. The Mornfang are now in the backline, without those God Hunters of Kurnos being very healthy and able to stop them. They're going to just feast on these archers. They could even turn and probably take this fight at this point. They have just a massive HP advantage, as well as their opponents just not being armor piercing means they're fairly safe. Trappers are going to do upsettingly well in the infantry. Trappers have been the best unit on the roster since the game launched. Trappers are a silly unit. Mornfang are getting focused down now by all the shooting, as well as some cav and spear support. So they are nearing that healing cap, but they have some bulls to support them. They're going to do a good job of just clearing out all of these archers and just leaving it to the melee grind. And Wood Elves are still holding ahead. They have a solid value lead. They have a solid point lead. Now, what was that? What was that? Is that a scrap launcher shot? These are the kinds of things that never happen when I use scrap launchers, and then every time I spectate them, they just do super well. This unit hates me. I don't know why. Not because I've doubted it since the dawn of time or anything. Iron Fist are pushing in, trying to get into that infantry in the back. Mornfang Cav are finally routed off between the Sisters of the Thorn and the Wild Host of Kronos, who are up to how much value is now? They've already paid for themselves just about. Pretty darn good, and the Sisters of the Thorn are still healthy, still have plenty of ammo, and their bound spells. This is looking pretty rough for the Ogres, but their second wind is not to be underestimated. Like, they're trading slightly down. They're almost even because of all the healing they got on that Mornfang. Got about extra 600 value off of that healing. But, like, look at the field. There's not a whole lot of Elves left, whereas the Ogre reinforcements are just streaming in as fast as they want. We got Ogre Bulls just pouring in here. We got Ogre Bulls coming into the middle and rallying over here on the sides. Whereas the Wood Elf reinforcements, it's just light cav. And these Glade Rider Spears, they aren't anti-large, and they aren't going to hang in melee very well against Ogre Bulls. Cavalry are notoriously bad at trading into demonstrative infantry. So, I mean, this is going to be fine because, low leadership, low health. But for the most part, Wood Elves just don't have good units to summon in. Their Dryads and their Spears and their Archers are their best units, but they're already all expended. Now, when these Dryads rout, it should be all Ogre in time here on the center. Dryjo's running away, taking some damage, which is honestly, Dryjo wants to take damage. The lower her hit points, the greater her buff aura. So she really, really likes taking a beating and surviving, because then she can just give stupid amounts of melee attack to her front line. So she's perfectly happy with that. Wood Elf Cavalry are getting in here in the back, but Nobbler Scrap Launchers are pretty tanky. They have armor. They are single entities. And we have some Man-Eater Grey Opens. They're going to feast on all of this light Elven Cav. Oh, baby. Although they don't have charge orders, so they're not actually going to get the charge bonus, but they are just going to pour into this light Cav and tear it to pieces. They'll tear apart pretty much any Cav they can get their hands on. Quality is no issue for them. We have some War Dancers coming in. The high melee defense is pretty good. Oh, that hurts. That's a lot of damage. I like War Dancers. Ogres don't have that much melee attack, so the really high MD is a problem for them, but they are anti-infantry, so you have a bit wasted, and they're just so fragile. They get shot by these trappers, they get shot by the scrap launchers, they're just going to lose health so fast. I mean, they'll choke these trappers, but the trappers are running. Trappers ain't going to let that happen, and it's just more scrap launcher shots coming in, a dismember, even at insult to infantry. Yes, that's the saying. That is most definitely the saying. But Ogres are starting to take over the center slowly. Wood Elves are up about 2-1 in objective tickets, but the value lead has been pretty consistent. And as you can see, like, the Wood Elves are getting pushed back. The Ogres still have this little missile position here, just perfectly safe, their own little castle. And the Wood Elves aren't really breaking through it. The Trappers are free firing, the Lead Belchers have been pretty safe. Melkoth's going down on them, but Melkoth doesn't do that much damage to low Malkuth units. They really want those Cav units with, like, 30 to 40 units to actually get its damage off. So not a whole lot there. Missile resistance now active on the War Dancers. They're just going to try and keep these Ogres here. I actually like this. Just sit over here, make them fight you for this objective, to just buy time on the rest of the map to clear out some of these trappers. Get these Glade Riders in, try and kill these trappers. Try your best, but yeah, that was honestly a somewhat respectable charge for a light Cav. That wasn't bad, and we got more coming in. The Cav plays pretty good from the Wood Elves. Just sandwiching these Nublar Trappers and even routing the ROR with Drycha here as well to give them those melee attack buffs that aren't active because her health is too high. But the Wood Elves do still have a pretty solid reserve of units on this side. Their Cav is holding them in the game for the time being, but once all these Ogre Bulls and these Man-Eater Grey Opens pile in, there's nothing to deal with these Man-Eater Grey Opens. All the arrows have been spent or killed. So these Man-Eaters are going to feast, absolutely feast on all of this Cav. Yeah, these Glade Riders are not prepared for these very well-dressed Ogres. Well, for an Ogre, they look very piratey. So, going to clear out a lot of that and take that center objective for the Ogres. Now, the Ogres don't quite have to 3-cap. If they can get this objective in the next few seconds, they'll be spared from a 3-cap situation. But Ogres are honestly really good at 3-capping, so they might be able to pull it off anyway. Scrap Launcher is still blinking away. It has not paid for itself. It's not even close. This is the Scrap Launcher I have come to expect. Watermaster is just chilling over here on the side. What are you doing? You chasing off those War Dancers? Ah, look, dead War Dancers. Yeah, dual weapons should probably tear them apart very, very quickly. Ogre Bull dual weapons are very, very good at killing infantry. Like, more than most. Well, I guess there's not that many anti-infantry, monster infantry units. So, the 3-cap has been narrowly avoided by Ogres, if my math is correct, which we're going to hope it is. So the Ogres should be able to win just by holding on to Objective 2 and Objective number 1, which means they don't have to extend any further in the map, which means they can stay tight together and not open themselves up to any more of that excellent cav play from Solanius's Wood Elves. And the Wood Elves seem to be in mass routes. They have some spears coming back very slowly. They got 3 spears coming in, but I think there's still a Lead Belcher online. No, ooh, the Lead Belcher's dead. That means those spears are going to actually get on that objective and grind, and there's not a whole lot to deal with it. Trappers can do some okay damage to them, but with the silver shields, they should be able to resist that. And if these 3 spears just go and chill on Objective 2, Ogres have a hard time removing that big spear blob. Dismember coming in to slow their approach on the objective to try and keep these man-eaters alive. We do have some catapult fire coming in, but a lot of spears, and not a lot to deal with it. Those trappers are going to have to get around behind those shields if they want to actually remove it, or they're going to have to get another Lead Belcher or some dual weapons out here to actually clear it effectively. These War Dancers actually get on top of the trappers to make sure they can't shoot the spears as well. They're not going to stay here that long. They're not very healthy, but as long as they can keep those trappers from firing and get those spears in the point, Wood Elves still have a shot at this. They don't have to hold these points for very long to force Ogres into a 3-cap scenario, which then becomes so much easier to hold on to these objectives through. Like, holding on to one objective is just so much easier in the late game than holding 2. Especially in a faction like Ogres who are so highly mobile. But the capture rate is still in the Ogres' favor. Wood Elves only have 2 of their spears on, but the Ogres are routing, excuse me. They're taking a lot of damage. And Drycha, they're beating up Drycha. This is a mistake. This is bait. This is bait. These spears are going to get so much melee attack. They're going to get so much melee attack from Fanatical Resolve. Oh no. Oh no, if she goes down below 50% health, it's 15 melee attack. And these Ogres are going to get torn to shreds. And Drycha's actually putting the beating on the Slaughtermaster. Mares have gotten around the back, which is maybe not where they want to be. Spears are just piling in. This spear blob is really dangerous. If one of those scrap launchers... Are those scrap launchers still alive? I don't see any scrap launchers. Oh, that's so good for the Wood Elves because they're so blobbed up. One scrap launcher shot could just be game ending right in there. But they're off the field. The Trappers are firing in as much as they can. The Mares are in the back. But these Wood Elves have a ton of melee attack. Well, 28. Do they really have a base of 18 melee attack? Oh, Belly Slapper. Okay. They have melee debuffs and melee buffs. So they're evening out to having a decent amount of melee attack, and they are grinding well into these very elite anti-large Ogres that don't have their bonuses against them. Dryads are going to tear up these Noblars. Is there any sort of play for Objective 1? There is! Blade Rider Spear going for back cap. Is there any Ogre nearby? There is an Ogre nearby. That's one less troop. Oh wait, where are they going? They're chasing off Blade Riders. They gotta get on the objective and make sure that Wood Elves can't back cap. Oh, I didn't even notice this. There's so many Ogre Bulls here just charging the Wood Elf spawn. There's so many bodies they can send to Objective 2. This back cap really needs to work out for the Wood Elves, or they're not going to have a good time. And the Ogre Bull is just running off. I don't think Housecat sees it. Okay, he sees it now. They're going to try and defend the back cap. Saber-Tusk pack coming in. So the Ogres should be able to hold that point, but these Bulls need to get back on that objective because the Wood Elves are flipping it. The Ogres are routing, the Spears are grinding, and there's nothing to kill them. No Lead Belcher, no Scrap Launcher. Trappers are being shut down. There's no shooting to deal with these Eternal Guard. And Drake is so low that they're getting a ton of melee attack and, what is it, weapon strength? Base weapon damage? Yeah. So these are some roided spears with nothing to fight them except Ogre Bulls. And they're taking that center objective. And they don't have to hold it for very long. But, oh, the Ogre Bulls are just doing a toe on the point. Just going to chill here and make their opponent come to them. Using that speed, oh no, or they're charging in. Trying to get rear charges while they are still distracted, which is also fine. Trying to actually kill them off is a very valid plan as well. Try to break that leadership, especially with more Ogre Bulls coming in from there. And these guys are so deep, they need to come back to the objectives. Back cap is still happening. The Saber-Tusks should get here in time. And Saber-Tusks love to eat light cav. These Wood Elves are showing their rears. They're presenting their behinds just to be munched on by these Saber-Tusks, which are bigger than their horses. So they're going to chase those cav off with no problem whatsoever. Ogre Bulls are finally coming back from the Wood Elf spawn towards the center, and the Ogres just barely hold on, but their leadership is failing. If these Ogre Bulls rout, that point's going to be flipped before their friends can get here to help them out. Ooh, I think Ogres need to 3-cap. I think my math was wrong. I think Ogres have to 3-cap. This blob, did the Wood Elves flip it? Do they flip it? They flipped it. Oh, that's so bad for the Ogres. And Drake's just getting so low. Her buffs are getting so much higher. She's almost down to that plus 20 melee attack buff. The fight for Objective 3 is a bit trivial. There's a lot of Wood Elves and not a lot of Noblars, so it's mostly about the fight here in the center, but I think Ogres need to take all 3, and I don't even think they can take 2 anytime soon. This Spear Blob with Drycha is just what you don't want to be fighting into in melee, especially as Ogres. Just these spears are jacked out of their minds, thanks to all these buffs from Drycha. Even the Belly Slapper isn't doing that much to dissuade them. Ogres are retaking, but I think it's too late. They need to take all 3 points, and there's a lot of Wood Elves rallying on Objective number 3. And I don't know if the Wood Elves know that. Don't go into the blob. Every reinforcement should go to Objective 3 from both sides. Objective 2 is lost for the Wood Elves. The Ogres have it. They have the numbers. Can they transition fast enough? They have about a minute and a half. They have to not only get to Objective 3, but take it out. Take out a lot of these Wood Elves, and there's quite a few of them on the field. So this is a close one. These Dryads need to stay on this point. Don't fight in the open. Just chill right on the line. Perfect. Chill right on the line. That way you can be on the objective, and if somebody comes to fight you, they won't be on the objective. Oh no, just a little bit further. A little bit further. Where's the objective line? Yeah, just a little bit further. Just right on that line. Problem is, as soon as one Ogre bowls across that line, they're applying all their cap weight. And perfect. Don't let those Ogre bowls on the objective. And as long as there's one Dryad still on the objective, they're getting their capture weight. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Oh no, they're leaving. They're chasing the Trappers. They're trying to get the Trappers off, which I guess is fair. Trappers are a lot of capture weight, but so are the Ogre Bulls. Got more Trappers coming in. And are there more Ogre Bulls to back them up? Drycha and the Spears are still holding out in the center, but Drycha is not going to do a whole lot when all of our Spears are routing, so these Ogre Bulls need to move. They have 60 seconds. 60 seconds to get on this objective and take it. And they can do it. A lot of those Ogre Bulls come on the objective, and oh, the cheeky back. Okay, he sees it. He's not going to let it happen. Props to Silanius for trying it. I respect it, but House Guts on top of it, not going to let it happen. The Ogre Bulls are coming in, getting rear charges on these Dryads, and none of these are Spears. The Spears are all dead. It's just Dryads, which, yes, they'll do a lot more damage, but they also die a lot faster. So we have more Dryads, more Vanguard summons, 25 seconds, and the Ogre Bulls are not pivoting. They need to get off that center objective. These Spears are routed, but it's too late. They didn't pivot fast enough. I don't think they have time to take this. They have more Bulls coming in, but there's just not enough time. The Wood Elves have held the objective and got enough of a point lead that the Ogres can't take this back. 15 seconds to go, and those Ogre Bulls ain't moving. They're all fighting Drycha. They need to ignore Drycha and move. But, yeah, that is going to be a Wood Elf victory. Like I said, this was a good matchup for Wood Elves at one point in time, and I can see why. The Ogre Bulls just have a hard time chewing through those spears. Like, Eternal Guard are so efficient when there's no missiles to take them out, and Wood Elf missiles trade pretty well with the Ogre ones. So, that is going to be Silanius. Silanius, I think, is how you pronounce that name. Advancing. And that's a Wood Elf victory, which you don't see a whole lot. Wood Elves are not the strongest faction these days. So, neither are Ogres, to be fair, but God. I mean, I guess these spears were summoned twice, but still, good value. Oh my God, what were you shooting at? I guess you must have been the one that killed the Mournfang. Mournfang didn't do a whole lot. Grimcav did well, Cavalry did well. The Cavalry play from the Wood Elves was very, very good. There was a Waywatcher, I didn't even see it. I guess that's why the Ogre Bulls extended so far in the middle. Try and get that Waywatcher, but yeah, all the Wood Elf units trading pretty well. Scrap Launchers did okay. One paid for itself, one didn't. Mournfang got shut down pretty hard. Trappers did Trapper things. I'm not even impressed anymore. This is just a normal day for a Trapper. Yeah, Mayor Weapons did well. Leadbelchers, I feel like that Leadbelcher needed to come out a little later, once the shooting was actually like well and truly gone, to just clear out the blob fights on the point. I don't know. It's tough. Like, because like, what else do you have in the late game to deal with all of these spears? All right. So that is Silanius advancing, and we have our next opponent. Well, at least I assume that's why somebody's DMing me. Alright. Alright, one sec. Somebody had a power outage, so I have to let them know what to do. Alright. We have our draft. We're up against the anime. Who was actually in the finals of our tournament last week, if I recall. So, probably gonna stick with our same picks. Skaven, Bret, Nurgle. Maybe we'll change Bret out for something else. Where's Nurgle? Nurgle, no icon. What map are we on? We are on Glade of the Everqueen. Beastmen. 1 sec, still sorting things out with the folks who lost power. Okay, so Bret, TK, Ogres, Beastmen, Nurgle, Skaven. Okay. This is a bad day to have picked Skaven. A very bad day to have picked Skaven. Let me... Alright, so who picks first? I do. Well, bands first, excuse me. Okay, well, Skaven Ogres needs to go immediately. Heckin' immediately. What are you guys up to? What else can be good for being infection? Not too much variety. I suppose. They're very fragile and not super forgiving. Whereas Norseman Tombkings are a little more durable. So I like them a bit better. Whereas Elves in general have very low HP pools. So it can be pretty punishing if you don't have a solid micro. Gorger meta. Yeah, the Gorger meta was something else. To be fair, it was like a unit that only paid for melee stats, no armor, like no defenses, in a time where missiles just weren't good. So it's like, alright, we have this unit that only pays for melee prowess in a meta where only melee fights matter, so... Alright. Okay. Sorry, again, trying to sort out power outage things. Making decisions about power outages. So, Beastman Bret and Ogres Beastman. Okay. Nurgle Ogres is fine. Don't need to worry about that. Nurgle TK is fine. Nurgle Bret is interesting and I want to try it. Beastman TK sucks. Royally sucks. We're banning that. TK is probably Beastman's worst matchup. Skaven TK and Skaven Bret are bad, but not that bad. I think I'd rather play Skaven Bret than Skaven TK though, so... Okay, so we have either Skaven Bret or Nurgle into any of his three. I feel like Nurgle is probably fine into all of those. Maybe Bret's the sketchiest for Nurgle. Although I hear Furies do nasty things. Do a lot of cav. Actually, while we're doing draft, I need to step away and feed the cat before he gets upset with me and starts attacking me. I will be right back. Alright, back. Let's join the lobby. Alright, so we have Nurgle Brett or Skaven Brett. We're on Glade of the Everqueen. Mm-hmm. Fuck it. I want to play Skaven. I have some Skaven schemes that I've been concocting. And one of them is about this matchup. So I'm going to try some things, and I'm going to put up a blocker to surprise you guys. You guys can be entirely surprised by what I'm up to. Alright, so we have units. They do things. Spears, spears, spears. Anything else I desperately need in this build? No, I think we're good. End it with this. Your cousin's cat is more passive aggressive. There's gonna be rats? How do you know? Maybe we don't take rats. Maybe I only take hell pits. Hmm? You guys ready for some really, really unhinged Skaven shenanigans? I suppose this is actually the most unhinged thing I've done. This is pretty tame. No, it's not. It's many rats in a trench coat. That's how hell pits work. Don't you know that? Come on, Iskander. This is basic rat lore. Oh wait, you're an Empire main. Rats don't exist. Right, Iskander? Rats don't exist. Might you smell warp grinders? I have a scheme involving warp grinders. I haven't tested it yet, so we're not doing it today. But I did have an idea with warp grinders. Can Skaven even deal with knights? Sure! I mean, at the very least, I could shit out like 25 spears. Few people can bring as many spears as Skaven can. It's just that my spears suck. Actually, how many spears could I bring from what to? 5, 10, 15... What's the cap on that unit? What's the cap on triads? Okay, 20. 24. We could bring 24 spear units if we wanted to. I will tell you, I'm not bringing 24 spears. But if I wanted to, I could. I absolutely could. Yeah, I did have a scheme involving starting a warp grinder. Actually, I mean, into Brett, in Warhammer 2, warp grinders were meta as hell. Like, you know, any of their characters land or their knights get in your backline, you just warp grind them and just plow them with rat ogres and characters, and they just disappear. Also, just I didn't check the kit on my characters. Okay. I've been burned one too many times by having my characters load in with what looks like a normal spend and then not having, like, spells or just key kit. Just, yeah, it's happened to me one too many times. I think probably everybody who plays tournaments has lost at least once because they just forgot to bring spells on their caster. Or they brought the wrong spells on their caster. Like, it happens. Happens a lot more than you'd think. So one of the reasons I did take this matchup is because we are on Glade of Everqueen, which is a fairly small map, which limits cav play quite a bit. This is one of the maps that I wouldn't typically pick Brett on myself. So if there is a map where Skaven are favored in this matchup, this would be it. Cat, I see you. You've already been fed. Don't try it. Alfie, don't do anything. If I start screaming in the middle of the match, it's because the cat bit my foot. Alright, so we have a build. It does things, in theory. So basically my plan is to bait my Night Runners to get charged by Cav, and then kill the Cav with Globes and Rogers. Because Globes actually do pretty good damage to Cavalry. And then Rogers, the Packmaster, have always done well into most things. Just the healing for the Rat Ogres from the Packmaster. Then we have Deathmaster. His Vortex seems to be doing really, really good damage on this patch, so if he can catch Knights, he can actually kill them pretty efficiently. And if he can catch Luin or Fae or Alberic, like if he catches a Ret character, they're going to take a beating very quickly. If it's Fae, she might just die outright, but Luin and Alberic are more tanky. If it's Rapunzel, she's also dead. If it's one of the other lords, then my pun's probably memeing. Like, all the Brett Legendary Lords are solid. Like, 3 of them are really good. Rapunzel is okay. And, like, you have no reason to take any of the generic characters, because the 3 Legendary Lords are so good with Fae, Alberic, and Luin. Actually, I guess it's mostly Fae and Alberic. Luin's alright. You actually see Luin into Skaven sometimes, because the Shield of Corone gives missile and spell resist, and Skaven have both of those things that tend to kill characters. Whether you want the missile resist to survive Giselles or lightning cannons, or the spell resist to tank a Flensing Ruin, Luin is very good at both of those jobs. So, solid there. Now, ironically, what's a little annoying for our build is Peasants. But, okay, there's Alberic, or that's Luin. But on a map like this, we can have a Plague Claw Catapult sit relatively safely, and just plink away at Peasants all day. Very good at that job. Alright, we don't want to clue him into our Lord just yet. Also, I brought the Eshin Sorcerer with Warp Stars, partially as an anti-air tool to help kill Luin, but also because it applies Toxic Rain on the entire map when you cast it, which is very good. Very, very good. Alright, after that, we're going to probably start summoning the rest of our Rat Ogres and then some Spears. And you guys can actually start taking pot shots at Luin, because we definitely have the ability to kill Luin in this game, so if we start chipping away at his healing cap, we're fine with that. Packmaster and Rogers need to be closer to our front line. Globes, stop walking, start running. That's right. Run away, coward. Alright. So, Rogers, and probably just some Spears for now. Yeah, I kind of want to bait him to fight close to these trees so we can surprise him with the Globes. That would make me very happy. Other than that, we really just want to, like, stay close to these trees. He's got what? He's got an Archer, which is fine. Who cares? You just got friendly fired. Are you heckin' serious? Alright, give me some Spears. Start summoning in the trees. He's going for my catapult, so we're going to leave some Spears on it. That's fine. Not a problem at all. Deathmaster can actually get a little cheeky and start attacking those archers, potentially. Because Deathmaster's Vortex will just go one-tap archers, which is a great place to be if you're a rat. Or if you're a rat enjoyer. What do we have coming in? More Knights Errant? Not that surprising. Going real cheap on infantry into on everything into Skaven makes a lot of sense, because a lot of what we do doesn't really care about the quality of our opponent's units. Like, we'll kill peasants just as easily as we'll kill Chaos Warriors with things like Globes. Not with Rat Ogre charges. Rat Ogre charges aren't as effective. Are you hidden? I feel like you're not hidden. You are definitely visible. I forgot to pop a concealment bomb. Oh, that's on me.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory.
You. Alright, the Globes are visible. It's not the greatest, but it's fine. We're trading fine. We're doing damage. We're killing his archers, which are the biggest threat to our Rat Ogres. My friend, my brother in Christ, you don't want to take that fight. You will lose your lord if you do that. Oh my god, Rogers. Give me the Rogers, please. Let me send these wolf rats out here. Yeah, this blob fight should go reasonably well for us. Packmaster, get in there and help your Rogers. I have no idea. Oh, I gave my caster the order instead of my Packmaster. That's not good. But we should start tearing apart some of these cav units. Our Night Runners need to keep backing up and not just sitting there. We need to alternate our targets on the archers instead of just attacking the same one. You guys keep running down knights. Actually, you need to kill that infantry. Globes, back up. Deathmaster can kill that Drow Relic, no problem. Where are my wolf rats? Wolf rats can come eat up some of these guys as well. Catapults are killing archers, that's good. My Rogers are overextending, that's bad. It's very, very bad. We need more spears. We need more wolf rats. We need more of everything, really. Globes, turn and fire. Drow Relic is dying, that's good. Get away from Alberic. We don't really want to fight... Sorry, not Alberic. Lewin. We don't want to fight either of them without Deathmaster. That's awkward.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Spears, please. My wolf rats are running so far away for no reason. That's very, very cool. Alright, we're actually going to take this blob and just pivot onto the point. I'm going to sacrifice some of those missile units. Try and take some ground. My wolf rats routed all the way out the map. Are you actually serious? We'll go on some of those characters. Actually, let's go try and punish Lewin a bit. Our rat ogres can get into the back lines. Look at those archers. Get me more spears, please. We like our spears. We really like our spears. You guys in there. Lewin's gone. That's fine. Kill all these peasants. Take this left side of the map, like right by these trees. This is kind of where we want to be fighting. Over here on the right, in the open, is more dangerous for us because Cav is better in it. So we don't want to be there. Oh, I see a life caster. That's the wrong button. That's also the wrong button. Oh, you have concealment bomb active already. Amazing. Alright, we're going to pop the net, really just to make him lose the order, make her lose the order. So hopefully our opponent misses that Deathmaster's actually just going to destroy them. Alright, you guys can just start clearing peasants. Deathmaster's not going to catch that one. Get you guys over here. Start throwing globes into that massive blob. Where is my Packmaster? Okay, Packmaster's there. That's fine. That's where we want him to be. Cool. We got the double layered globes, so we're going to do good work to that cav blob. Spears can start coming here. Kind of want to get some plague monks, honestly. Start clearing out some of these peasants. That might be desirable. Spears get in here. You guys come back here and peel. Into the realm. Start vortexing them. Oh my goodness. Nice, the realm just got destroyed. Yeah, get me some plague monks up here. Help us chew through those guys. Take that objective. We're down in points quite a bit, which is not really where we want to be. Taking a 3-cap against Brett is not on my to-do list. That wasn't my intended target, but we'll take it. And get it. You guys run into those spears and kill them. Deathmaster, conceal yourself. Get up here. We should take objective 2 here relatively effectively. We have a lot of rats coming out. Give me some Night Runners over here. Get some more pressure on. We need you going in there. We need to punish Lewin. We really don't want Pterosaurs just running around in our backline the whole time, and we can keep moving up some of these spears. Get this Triad out on the field if we can. Okay. Doing a good job chasing off Lewin. Get some of these wolf rats over here. Eat up these yeomen. Packmaster's doing a good job. Holding this objective, which is good. We're up quite a bit of value, and we're holding 2 objectives, and we don't have to 3-cap critically. Most important. Some more spears on that right side, and then we can maybe start pushing up a bit. These wolf rats can start eating these yeomen. Lewin is doing very poorly there. What we'd like to see. Spears keep chasing those archers. You try and kill that Lifecaster. Lifecasters are the bane of my existence in every matchup, not just this one. Pushing back here, which is good. Globes, turn around and shoot some of these cav. Wolf rats and rokers. Get in there. Want some Night Runners over here to start looking into the back of those knights. Deathmaster. Catch those Knights Errant and hit them with the Vortex. Yeah, that Vortex does really nasty work these days, and I don't know why. But, like, it just took half health off of that Knight Errant. Yeah, Deathmaster has been doing good work lately. Real good work. More Night Runners. Moving up here. These Wolf Rats back here. Oh, those are Grail Knights. Kill. Grail Knight located. End its existence. Plague Monks here. Spears keep moving up. Keep moving up. Get this objective. A little deep there. Deathmaster's in trouble. He needs to get the heck out of dodge. We need... What do we need? If we have more Rat Ogres, that's always the summon. We can kill those Grail Knights. We can absolutely kill those Grail Knights. Right? Deathmaster, pop slippery. Get the heck out of there. He's about to have his Vortex. Oh no, that's not a Vortex. That's a Concealment Bomb. Okay, we need to get over there and help out Deathmaster! Losing our Lord was also not on my to-do list today. Taking 1, that's good. We have some very highly chevroned Rat Ogres over there, which means they're doing real good. Get you guys into that fight. Get our globe over there. You guys move up. Deathmaster's fine. Kill that Grail Relic. Wolf Rats and the Packmaster doing good work there. Get some spears over here to support. More spears, please. Lots and lots of spears, please. Shoot the damsel. Plague Monks are fine. You guys turn around and kill these guys. Lots of spears! 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 Nothing but spears! Deathmaster's killing the Grail Relic. These Night Runners are getting a little too close for comfort. Globes. Beautiful. Shoot those Grail Knights. Rogers. Are those multiple? That's a lot of Grail Knights. Oh, jeez. Deathmaster, I really, really would love that Vortex from you right about now. Alright, get me those Triads. Those Triads should help us bring down these Grail Knights. This is why we brought the Triads, to help kill Grail Knights. Spears over here, please. You guys are doing fine. Post a couple of spears here, but we really don't need to hold that point. So I'm really just going to make a half-assed attempt to hold it. But this blob needs to come help with these guys. Deathmaster is doing just fine against Lewin. Some Warp Stars into that Cav. Night Runners, fine. Spears, fine. Concealment Bomb, please. Get on those Grail Knights. Caster needs to come over here onto this point. Actually, Plague Monks move up. Spears move back. You see all this in the back here? This is why we're winning, because he has so much value just sitting in the back of the map not doing anything. He's finally realizing that, which is a problem for us. But for the time being, we have a 3-cap. We have Deathmaster doing well. Get this blob into Lewin. Lewin is trying very hard to kill Deathmaster, and I would like to return the favor. Spears, get onto those archers. So Packmaster is not in that massive blob of Ogres, which is his one purpose in life, is to be there. Spears, please. Plague Monks onto our own cap point. Okay, Lewin is routing. Good. Triads are chasing a damsel, which isn't the most useful thing. Get on the Grail Knights. Sure, why not? That looks like a Grail Relic in there, which is dead now. Cool. Get on those Grail Knights. Get on them Marchers. This blob fight doesn't matter that much. Like I said, I don't need to hold that point. So I'm not going to die on that hill. In a second here, we're only going to need a 1 cap as well. Deathmaster and the Packmaster, go kill that Life Damsel. These Grail Knights are really starting to get on my nerves, so I want them to stop healing. Beautiful damage. Absolutely beautiful. Actually, Deathmaster, get on those Grail Knights if you can. Packmaster, kill the Damsel. If Deathmaster can Vortex those Grail Knights, it might just kill them all. Beautiful, I think. Good damage. Good damage. Big damage from Deathmaster. Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. Lewin also rallied, but he has low health. He's healing, but does he have Beloved Son? He doesn't seem to have Beloved Son, which is lovely, which means the entire army isn't getting Frenzy. You love to see. We have no more Wom, so get rid of the Ashen Sorcerer. Still holding 1. Still have Wolf Rats in the corner. And at this point, we're just sending infantry onto Objective 2, because that's the easiest one to hold. Globes are surprisingly kind of still alive. Where are you? Where are you? You're fine. Perfect. You are perfect. Packmaster and Deathmaster, get on Lewin. Try and finish him off just for shits and giggles. But at this point, we're in a very good scenario where we just pile spears onto objective number 2, and I think we are good. But yes, mostly just try to kill Lewin for the pride of it. Does he have Lion Shield? Yeah, so the Missile and Spell Resist, like I said, is exactly why you bring Lewin. And he's dead! Nice.
Unending glory is yours.
Very nice. See, the rat schemes. The rat schemes, baby. Alright, let me report the score. Skaven into Bretonnia, and the rats are victorious. So yeah, I'm screenshotting this one. That makes me happy. Yeah. Ashen Sorcerer did alright. Packmaster did wonderfully. My Rogers got good value. My Globes, I mean, together they paid for themselves. Which is kind of the idea. Like I said, you kind of have to bait some of your missile units so the other ones can fire, which is, you know, very Skaven. Catapult, I didn't protect that very well. The Rogers did well. Triad did not. Plague Monk was still half health, and it was really just chewing up peasants, which is really what I needed it to do. And then Spears were there. Spears were also there, but it's really about the Skaven characters. They were real good here. Grail Knights did good. Killing Lewin made me happy. Archers did alright. Peasants, not so much. Yeah. I feel like the wider cav builds are much more of a threat. The Grail Knights are reasonably easy for me to deal with. Just between spells and, like, my ability to concentrate force with this Skaven build is very high, because, like, these two characters and Rat Ogres don't take a lot of space. They can all be in one spot fighting one Grail Knight at the same time, which is really, really nice. Whereas if there's Knights Errant running all over the place, it's much harder, although that also does raise the bar as far as micro required. So it's a bit tricky, because, like, the Brett strategy I'm most scared of is also the hardest Brett strategy to pilot, because you have to micro, like, 8 cap units at the same time. Alright, we got Subutai. We are in the semifinals, so it's now a best of 3. I see you guys talking in chat. I will catch up with you once I get drafts over the Subutai. Alright. How can Skaven even deal with the Knights? Well, there you go. Yeah, the Deathmaster Vortex does a lot to Knights. It's really, really good. doing this matchup. I was actually going... I had some very close games against Houseplant in this matchup. I lost, but it was also on a very Brett-favored map. So like I said, on a map that isn't super open and good for Cav, I think this matchup might actually be good for Skaven. Payback for power grab being taken away. Exactly. Alright, so we're in semifinals, so it is now a best of 3 using the pick 3 ban 1 format. I also need to make sure that we... Okay. So yeah, it's pick 3 ban 1 for the first 2 games, and then if we need a tiebreaker, it will be 3x3. And our maps are Rifts at World's Edge, Celestial Lake, and Proving Grounds. What did I say the first one was? Rifts? I hope I made all you Skaven enjoyers happy, because that made me happy. Where are those replays? You want to see that, actually? I don't know if I saved them. I probably didn't save them. I think Throt may have eaten those replays. Alright, so it is Subadai's turn to pick first, so we are waiting on him. We are going to cast the other semifinal. I told them to wait for us, so after we are finished here, we will go cast that one, assuming they're ready for us. But for now, it's all about beating Subadai. See how it goes. How'd Warp Stars do? 1200 value, but also the passive spam was valuable, I felt like, to blunt a lot of charges and help us grind. So, I feel like my target priority for the Warp Stars wasn't good, and I also wasn't checking line of sights at all, so I was mostly just trying to passive spam, which I don't know about bringing him on that map, because there are a lot of line of sight issues on that map. They're solid as anti-air, like when Lewin's flying around, but if he's on the ground, or we're trying to shoot Cav, I don't know how they do. I need to test that. I know they chunked the caster really well. So, they probably did fine. Alright, Subutai. Any day. Kislev, Beastmen, Nurgle, ban Kislev. We're on Rifts at World's Edge. What all did I ban in this tournament? I know I banned a bunch of single entity shenanigans. I can't remember which ones I banned. Cateran Sled, Zinch Grinders, Landships and Steam Tank, Carmine Dragon, Pestigors. No, Pestigors, no, they're limited, and then Thunder Barge. Okay. So, Kislev, Beastman, Nurgle. Ban Kislev. Kind of think we might play Empire. Empire is my first instinct. Empire ban Kislev. Empire is good into Beastmen. Should be fine into Nurgle. Of course, I have another far crazier strategy. That's a bad idea. That wouldn't work. Inch is an option. Inch could do alright. Do I have any better options? What are the rest of the maps? If I need Empire later, I'm not going to play it straight away. But I think, yeah, the other maps are smaller, so this is probably the best time to play Empire. So yeah. Empire ban Kislev. Subotai has some really weird takes about maps. This is a very normal map, Subotai. Alright, Nurgle. How hard do we want to cook? That's the question. Alright. It's cooking time. Alright. So land ships and steam tanks are banned, which leaves us with somewhat limited options. Not entirely limited. Alright. Looks good to me. Alright, let's get that blocker off the screen. So, this is, shall we say, experimental. I haven't played a lot of... I don't think I've played Empire at all since the Fury changes. So I've been told certain things. We're going to see how this actually goes. Hey, Caradoc. Welcome, welcome. Party food. Hello. Alright, blocker's gone. Alright, so we have a build. It is one of the builds of all time. I brought Elsbeth really just because I wanted the engineers, and I didn't want Gelt. So that's my logic for Elsbeth. Spirit Leech and Puna are fine. Nurgle often brings single entities that we can Spirit Leech. Then our horse should be able to avoid Rancid Visitations. What is the range comparison between this and Rancid Visitation? I think it's the same. So if he has a Rancid Visitation caster, we stay the hell away from it. Yeah, same range, so don't get near it. War Wagons should be able to get some shooting off without being disrupted too much by Furies, so it should still be a solid missile choice. But for the most part, we don't have a very heavy shooting build because of Furies. It's Furies? Yeah, models and leadership. What do we have? We have Pestigores, we have... Oh my god, you're so loud, Elsbeth. Ah, okay, he has passive imp. He doesn't have Rancid, so my life gets so much easier. Also, why are you walking? I did not tell any of you to walk. We're gonna get some Free Company out early. Gives a little bit more shooting. And like I said, not a whole lot of very vulnerable shooting. Free Company are just fine in melee, so they should be a solid option against a lot of the Furies. Although, is he bringing out Furies immediately? No, those are Pestigores. Cool. Pestigores should be relatively vulnerable to all of our shooting, which is what we like to see. You guys up here. Elsbeth, get on this point with the War Wagons. Make sure that he can't cap it immediately. Kind of want to get Grenade Launcher out early just to force him to start summoning Furies. Because Furies summoning early is not where you usually want to be as a person. Okay, being in melee against Pestigores, War Wagon, perhaps not where I want to be. Also, I'll be honest, I thought these engineers had 360 fire. I see now that I was mistaken. But this is my life now, and we're just gonna have to deal with it. How heavy infantry do you go? Okay, it's all pretty light infantry. Just good for us. Our flagellants can get in there. Actually back off a little bit. This flank. Get that grenade launcher, perfect. He summoned something right away, which means he's not going to have Furies available immediately. Not going to have money immediately. Free Company can just fire at whatever's available. We need to keep our grenades near our Free Company. Just because that way they can cover if that happens. Shoot them their Furies, please. And we do need to start getting on these objectives. That is where I want to be. I need my cavalry. Spears can help though. Free Company are just tearing this guys apart. Good. Very, very good. Flagellants. Now Flagellants fight the infantry. Spears get over there. I could have sworn there was a character. There are characters, but they're very far away, which we like to see. Grenades. Go do grenade things, please. More wagons, shoot the characters. Elspeth, is there anything really worth beating? I don't think there is at the moment. I would like some cav on the field. Cav would be a good place to be. Elspeth, start with the spirit leeching. Commence with the leeching. My characters can start shooting his. Fine by me. Grenades, do grenade things. We're going down pretty heavily in points, but that's fine for the moment. We can get some cav on the field and start really pressuring those points. Especially since it is the fire cav. More wagons get out of there. We're taking this. That's good. Grenades, really need over there. Are those more Furies, I assume? Okay. Honestly, it's a foot character. You won't do a whole lot there. It's fine by me. Grenades doing grenade things. Yeah, we're killing that character pretty quickly. We took this objective. Start killing these guys. Grenades, clear that infantry blob. Get over there. Cav, start charging there. And then start rotating towards the center. We'll bring some greatswords out at some point. Okay, this character is actually dying, so we'll have Elspeth pop this, and then a Spirit Leech to try and finish him off nice and fast. Grenades need to move. Free Company need to get fighting. Cav need to start rear charging. And Free Company, Free Company, Free Company, Free Company. We lost one of our engineers. That's not the end of the world. Get you out of here. Cav, I don't know what's debuffing you, but you can start actually getting on this center objective and capping it for me. Elspeth, you can intercept these Furies. The Free Company can just shoot them to pieces. Our infantry is not actually on the point. Is not a great thing. You're supposed to be running! Why are you fighting? Our flagstone's actually worn down quite a bit, which is not a good thing. We need them alive. We need them doing their thing. But they're taking a lot of damage. I should have done that a lot sooner if I was going to do it, but oh well, here we are now. Yeah, I need to keep bouncing around. I think I really need to just double down on holding Objective 3, because we really can't afford to be losing that. Yeah, start, actually, focus on the toads. But we need more bodies, so we need to be taking the points. We really can't afford to be losing out on them this heavily. You guys start coming over here. Where are my Cav? Cav are getting killed by Furies. Cool. Flagstones can start taking that. We need to send some infantry to the far side to try to get that Nurgling point. Problem is, I don't know if their spears actually beat them. You killed that character. Cool. Move towards the center. You can charge there. You get up there, fight that infantry. Our Cav are getting slaughtered. That's bad, generally speaking. Get out of there, you. Shooting those Furies. Alright, so I'm leaning towards this build being a failure. That's my initial impression. Yeah, I can see why Furies are a problem in this matchup. I kind of wonder what happens if we just go heavy on greatswords with healing. But that's probably an issue for another time. So we are not actually out of this yet. We can definitely get a cheeky back up there. We can get some Cav on the field. We can get you desummoned for some money. Cool. You guys are good. Kill that. Out of there, you. And I want Cav on the field. I think. Actually, no, I want greatswords. The greatswords are doing good work. Greatswords are doing real well. Toads. Greatswords is doing good work. Yeah, I'm really wondering about the idea of just maximum greatswords. That's a very intriguing idea to me. You there, you are capping, that's good. Get some greatswords to that objective in the middle. Kill those toads. Greatswords move up, spears move up. You have a mercurial shot available, you do. Throw it into the infantry. You guys turn around and fire a volley. Yeah, take Cat. The Fury is actually doing really annoyingly against the Cav, so I feel like it's hard to summon Cav here. Yeah, the Warwagons are dying. Who cares? Those Warwagons are out of ammo. Like, I really don't care. I was trying to desummon them, but not being able to desummon is not the end of the world. But yeah, our ability to get on objectives is severely limited here, and he's got toads coming in. That's annoying. Yeah, I don't think we can get on these objectives anytime soon. Alright, that's fine. We did get Nurgle off the field, which is good because we are going to smaller maps now. Yeah, Elsbeth is just kind of pricey for a Deathcaster, and Death is like, it's okay, we killed the character, but the character wasn't doing much. War Wagons did well, but it was mostly chaff. Flagellants did well, but they took so much damage. I feel like we could do Flagellants and Greatswords with healing and maybe match their front line. And then like their characters aren't that useful because there's no missiles to shut down. The Furies aren't that useful because there's no missiles to shut down. If we just do a Mantide of our own, that could work, but it's an issue for another time. We are on to the second map, which is Celestial Lake. Alright, so neither of us can ban Kislev. So I think we're going to send it with Kislev, Beastmen, Nurgle probably as well. Although I'm not even sure if I want Kislev on this map. Like, there's a map where Kislev can lose. This is it. Is there a better choice? Hmm. I think we're going to do Beastman, Nurgle, Doc. Ban Beastmen. Yeah. Build I'm curious about is just like, I don't even know what lord you take. Maybe Volkmar. I've been curious about Volkmar in this patch, but that's a different story. Bright Wizard. Sorry, Life Wizard. Passive spam. And then just Great Swords and Flagellants. I don't even know if we what. Yeah, the problem is I don't really know what we want in reserve. We could maybe do Pistoliers. They do all right into Furies. I'm not sure what else we could do. We take more on Volkmar easily. Well, actually, if we're taking Volkmar, we take most of this. Sure, why not? And then we can just take Spears. And just go like full Mantide, embrace our inner Skaven. I guess we'd have to bring some kind of cavalry just to spend our money, but I don't really like it. VC ban Doc. Interesting. Alright. Beastmen into counts. I have a scheme in this matchup that I've been wanting to test out, so we have opportunity. Hey, Serica. How's it going? My spend sucks. Wait, I don't need that. That makes my spend better. Perfect, that makes my spend perfect. Just don't take that item. Hmm. Initial matchups. We played Skaven Brett. We had Ogres, Wood Elves. What else do we have? Nurgle Kislev isn't that exciting. What else do I need? I have a very small amount of gold remaining. I'm not sure what else to slap in here. Maybe just some spears. Yeah, I figured I would. I figured that is how Serica works. Beastmen have such awkward spends. They really have the worst spends. Alright. We are good to go. Wait, this is worth it, right? Yeah, that's worth it. And we are good to go. So, you may have caught my build. I am trying a kind of hybrid Monster Mash kite build. We've got some throwing axes, and then a Gorgon, an Incarnate Elemental, and a Doom Bull. There's some pretty big SE power, which means things like White Kings or even a Dragon Lord are going to be pretty scared of us, as well as we have the Mortis engine from the Incarnate Elemental. So, what we really want to do is force the fight. Well, we're going to have our monsters over on objective number 3, because it's just a really tight little bowl where we can have our monster mash pretty safely. We have these two hug each other very closely so they can't get surrounded too easily. Actually, all 3 of them can. Then we have some skirmishing with these guys. They can get some free charges on zombies and try to clear some chaff. And basically, what I want to do is force him to fight on 2, because it's so far from his respawn. And as I'm sure many of you are aware, counts are really slow. Oh, who's pinging me? Alright. We are good to go. He's probably going to take longer because he has a 20 stack and I have an 8 stack, so slightly different preparation time. So, we should be completely fine dealing with any of his big monsters. The really hard thing for Beastmen to deal with in this matchup is just large amounts of skeleton spears and zombies, just mucking things up. A complete lack of quality infantry for us means that we have a really hard time chewing through all of the Vampire Count's hit points. Now we have Kemmler, Invocation, Raised Dead, Lord of Undeath, we have Corpse Carts. Yeah, and he's just got a big old Unholy Blob coming for Objective 3, which is exactly what we want to deal with. Now, I do have Zangors coming in because they are our best, like, durable infantry unit, which is good because they can actually clear skeleton spears and zombies and chaff for us. We're going to run to Objective 1 and cap it immediately. Cap number 3 too, as well. Cap all the objectives. But White Kings with Scabscrath aren't a huge issue. They will do alright into our Zangors with the Scabscrath, which is kind of annoying, but not the end of the world. These are skeletons. These are skeletons. You get some free charges on them. You guys get on the point. There's nothing to contest you. Literally nothing that can threaten us. So, we're just going to keep sending Zangors in. You guys get free charges. Beautiful damage. Zangor charges have felt so damn good this patch. Even the throwing axe ones, like their charges are so devastating this patch, for whatever reason. You guys all go on guard mode. You start the fight as soon as possible. There's some crypt ghouls around the side, which is fine. We'll send some centaurs to go harass them. You guys go for another charge. We're not actually gonna cap that, there's too much there. And honestly, get the fight started. Get that fight started. You guys come up a little bit closer just to be in the area to provide support. Avoid the White Kings. Keep charging. Beat the shit out of Kemmler if you are so inclined. Centaurs, get out of there. Back off. We don't want to get sent in too deep. But we do want, as I said, the fight to start ASAP. Get the Zangors in there. We lost one of our monsters in the back. With the Gorgon. Kind of need it to go kill that corpse cart. You guys start fighting, start fighting. Get these spears over here, get these Zangors in. The monster blob is doing good work. The Zangors are killing the infantry. Skirmishers are killing the infantry. Kemmler is too scared to be in there. The White Kings are going in, which is kind of annoying, but not the end of the world. Spears are a pain. Curious where those crypt ghouls went. Fuck, I forgot about something. I forgot about that. Alright, you guys need to pull back through. Centaurs, go over there and start harassing those crypt ghouls. Zangors can start fighting those guys. Our Doom Bull is actually taking quite a beating, but it's fine. Our monsters are out, and we need to get our caster on the field. And there's a Mortis engine. Why would you bring a Mortis engine into a monster mash? Alright, let's get our caster on the field. That'll do good work for us. Because Traderkin is always really good against factions that counts that want to blob really hard. So, it's just a good place for us to be. Mortis Chan needs to die. Throwing axes can come and start throwing at the Mortis engine. Caster on the field. Cool. Get you up here. Crypt Ghouls are going down, which is good. You trade places. These Tashnar coming in, that's not the end of the world. Our Monster Mash is killing Kemmler, actually, it looks like, which is not who I was trying to have them kill. I was trying to have them kill the Mortis engine, but I'm perfectly fine with Kemmler dying. Kemmler dying is big for us, honestly. Counts rely really heavily on their casters, so perfectly fine by me. Yeah, the Gorgon's just beating the shit out of Kemmler. And if we get over here with the Overcast Traderkin, they'll do even more. What do we have over there? Dogs? Dogs are fine. We can handle dogs. Firepack can die. Kemmler's getting healed, it looks like. Our Incarnate is actually taking a lot of damage, which is not so good. Get on that Mortis engine. Kill that Mortis engine. How close are you to being in range? Not particularly. Firepack getting there. You trade places with them. We are going down in value now because our big guy got caught. Losing our Mortis is a problem. After all, he does do a lot of our damage, but this should flip things back a little bit, but we need our Lord to get out of there. Really need our Lord out of there. And then, the other thing we can do is take these guys and go cap his point. So as long as our Lord gets out of there, then we can just resummon the Incarnate Elemental without a huge issue. It's not that big a deal. How much does that trader can cast? Jeez, 1200 value on a trader can cast already. And now we're just going to take as much as we can and dip to the other side of the map. Get our Gorgon out of there. Get our Zangors out of there. And now he has to rotate that big unholy blob to wherever we want to go. And we got Krell in there too. That's what's been doing so much damage, is Krell. We want to get our Butchers on the field. Butchers are just a very strong unit. We have, what are those, Blood Knights? Yeah, that's a problem. But our Butchers can help with that. Our Skirmcav can help with that. Skirmcav needs to just try and get free charges wherever they can. And this whole blob can head that way. Blood Knights and Kemmler are a nuisance. Start charging some of these guys and getting free kills. We probably will have to resummon our Incarnate Elemental at some point just to try and deal with all of these infantry units. But that is a problem for a little bit later. As, you know, resummoning him now is just literally not available. Get on those Blood Knights. Get Traderkin on Kemmler. Kemmler's nearing his healing cap anyway. So honestly, if we can kill Kemmler, we're in a really nice spot. Yeah, we're saving it for Incarnate Elemental at this point, and we're going to try and get a snipe onto Kemmler if we can. If we can kill Kemmler, that's really huge for us. Spears intercept the Mortis engine, and all of those guys. You guys get out of here. There's some Zangors hold on here. Not spears. Throwing axes can come help out over here. Kemmler's running like the little coward he is. Can't say I'm that surprised. We're going to try and kill that corpse cart. Butchers get in on this fight. We have another Traderkin here in a second as well, which is really good. Try and kill Kemmler, please. Throw on the Mortis. Traderkin onto Kemmler and the Blood Knights. I want to wait for Kemmler to get back in. Because Kemmler has to get back in if he wants to keep healing. So he will be coming back in at some point. My Lord is a little bit deep. Why is my Gorgon idle? There are a lot of things it could be doing, and being idle is not one of the ones we want it to be doing. Alright, he's not bringing Kemmler back in, so just put a Traderkin there. Get us our Incarnate Elemental back on the field. And we're going to have to back off a little bit. Our Lord is very damaged, as is all of our infantry. That is doing a lot of damage. Kill that corpse cart. Our Lord is safe for the moment. But we need infantry to actually hold this point. Yeah, the problem is we're not actually able to hold points, which is an inch and a half. But we can start summoning Cav to go and play objective number 3. How much wand do we have left? Not that much, but it's enough for at least one more Overcast Traderkin, which is exactly what we need. Get us some more throwing axes. They can go take objective 3 now. And we can just keep playing this ping pong game. Oh, hello, Kemmler. You're in the fight. How much are you to Overcast? 18? Math hard. You have 2 undercasts or 1 overcast. I will take 2 undercasts, because one of those is going to happen now. Try and kill Mortis John. Try and get out of there. Where's our Incarnate Elemental? Oh, he's right here. Go kill that White King with our Lord. Their pack should honestly crumble under a charge. Actually, get the Incarnate Elemental into this blob fight, honestly. We'll do good work there. We'll do real good work there. Where are all of my Cav? I need them back. Yeah, we really need to be cycling our Cav better. It's going to hurt us a lot. Also, I'm really surprised how much damage this Incarnate is taking from those White Kings. Was not anticipating that. Really was not anticipating that. Oh, hello, Kemmler. Oh, those are Blood Knights, aren't they? Can't let our Lord get too far ahead there, then. That being the case. You guys there. What else do we even have? We have anti-large Minos. Yeah, I guess anti-large Minos are worth bringing in. Go ahead and drop this on Kemmler. Rogshoves need to go. You guys need to go over here and have some infantry to support you. Yeah, letting our card die that first time was really, really sloppy. This is a style that I haven't practiced in quite a long time, so kind of understandable, I suppose. Part of me wants my Lord to get in there and start applying Devos. Part of me doesn't want to lose my Lord. Which part of me is stronger? We shall find out. Alright, I need more throwing axes. You guys go kill those zombies and take that point. And keep chasing out that Gorgon. Cairn Wraiths. Interesting. Very interesting. What has Mortis Engine actually done? A respectable amount, I suppose. Yeah, we're going to be able to take that briefly, but as soon as that whole blob gets over there, we're going to have a bad time. But what we can do is the same thing we did earlier, which is Dire Pack. Yeah, this is looking kind of rough. Yeah, the Incarnate Elemental is not performing as well as I expected it to. It's taking damage very, very quickly. Yeah, now we just don't have the cap weight. Alright.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
Gorgon didn't do all that well. Incarnate for 2 summons, that's really disappointing. I kind of wonder how much better that would have been if it was a Jabber. Grams did well. They were able to play the objectives pretty effectively. Caster, yeah, Caster did it. Got multiple Traderkins on the entire army. The problem is they were all clustered around healing. I really wish we could see Krell's value, because I forgot Krell existed, and I'm pretty sure that's what just destroyed our SEs the first time around. I let them get way too far ahead without shaft support, and they just died. Alright. So, I did tell the other semifinal to start playing. It's very late for one of our players, so... I told them just start playing and send me replays, so we'll wait on that first replay. Should hopefully be just a few minutes. Yeah, the HP threshold was a problem. Build isn't wild. Who is the other side? It's Klob versus Leech Lord. Okay. They should be on the same maps we were. Let me see if I can get somebody in here to fight me while we wait. I'm really curious about that Empire build. If the almost all melee heavy build would work against Nurgle, because Nurgle has to commit to so many disruption elements that just aren't very efficient into a melee centric build. Empire versus Nurgle needs a tank. Well, tank was banned in this event, so... kind of a moot point. Alright, I got somebody to come fight me. Alright, let's play a good old Borderlo game. And I kind of want to play more Skaven. Actually, let's play a Slash game. Nurgle. This is going to be tricky. The problem is, if they bring Kugath, we have a hell of a time killing him. And fighting into a Mortis just isn't feasible. So either we commit very hard to being able to snipe big single entities, or we commit really hard to mobility to go and fight on other objectives. Which is doable on this map. Not something I like doing on this map, because you're so far away from that objective. So I think we might be going balls deep. Do I even want Pavane? I feel like I don't need Pavane because I have the Rampage on this character. This character is heckin' expensive, man. Some Melkoths and Enfeebling. Actually, Enfeebling is nice for sniping, but that's about it. Melkoths is nice versus Cav and Furies, but I'm not that scared of those as Slaanesh. And they're incremental, which means they get healed up really easily. So I think we just go Lash and Acquiescence. And then everything except Arcane Conduit. Yeah. Which puts us in a really expensive build. So we're going to cut some of these warriors and go a bit lighter. And if we're going to kill Kugath, or be worried about that, this is what we have to do. And then we're going to open up a bunch of Skirm Cav. So we can actually control points. And then probably summon in Chaos Warriors and actually hold them. Better ideas. Mostly because the spend works. Bring in a couple Chaos Warriors, just because they're a good unit. A couple of Hellstriders. Do I need... I don't want Chaos Knights, because my Chaos Knights are just not as good as his. So I think I'm going to have to be cheeky with Rampages and Seekers. Actually, yeah, let's just bring Pavane. Let's just bring Pavane. And some spears. We should live a little, I think. Alright. I don't think this is a good matchup, or that I'm going to have a good time, but let's give it a shot. Rope will be able to clear 18 infantry units. I'm not that concerned about that. Okay. Let's see how good my Slaanesh micro is these days. Alright. Put our Cav up far. Win a bit of cap points quick. Get that early objective points boost. You guys over here. We probably could have reinforced the Soul Grinder, actually. In hindsight, reinforce the Soul Grinder in case, you know, break glass in case of Kugath. But, oh well, too late now. That would have been the smart way to do it. As it is. Ready, GLHF. I see a great and clean one. What do we have? Cloud of Flies, Fleshy Abundance, Stream Corruption. Alright. So our build will have its merits then. And we can start scrimming on these Pestigores. That'll be good. What infantry do we want first? Pestigores, I don't know how they trade into our Whip Warriors. I'm just going to do Marauders for now. I'd rather not find out the hard way. Send the Spear over there. Send the Whips to the middle. You guys start poking the Pestigores. They'll do good damage. Furies are coming in. We can answer with our own. Our Furies, I don't actually know who wins the straight up 1v1. Probably the Nurgle Furies. But I hope not. Get our Lord up here. Our Lord is extremely dangerous, which is nice. Actually, I wonder if I could just waltz my Lord underneath his Furies and rampage them. That's definitely a thing I can do. Or I could just evade them. Evade is also an option. But also, we could just start cycle charging this infantry. And softening it up. Get some cycle charges on that Exalted Great and Clean one. We could stop friendly firing our Greater Demons. Go ahead and pop a vein on those Furies. Soul Grinder, go charge the Lord. Hello there. That's where your Skirm Cav are. That's where the rest of your army is. I see now. Okay. The vein got the Furies. We can charge them. Go ahead and get a charge on the Great and Clean one. Go ahead and pop our buffs. Do as much as we can. Over there. Skirm Cav, keep Skirm Caving. Grab some actual Chaos Warriors. You guys did well. We're getting some good damage on his Lord, but by the time those Plague Bearers get here, we need to leave because we're taking damage. Soul Grinder can stay in because he's doing well. We need to skirm. We need to kill his skirms with ours because ours are just better at skirm dueling. Get out of there. We did a good chunk. When our cooldowns come back up, we'll try to take that fight again. Once we get Bavane, we can try and get one of those Skirm Cav. That'll be nice. Chaos Warrior over there. Whips up the center. We need to actually start taking, but we can't really fight into that Great and Clean without our characters there to threaten. So you guys get over here, get over here, get over here. These Pestigores. I don't want to go make a play for that far objective, which we could do. I don't have Wom for Pavane yet, which is annoying. Start taking this. I think we need to chill with our infantry, and then take our cav and go fight the far side. That's not something I thought I'd be seeing. Someone clearly thinks Pavane isn't real and can't hurt them. Go ahead and give me some light cav, threatening 3, because this is how we're gonna have to play it. We're gonna have to take time cycling down the Great and Clean one, and first to do that we need to first get him isolated, which is tough. But then we can start killing him. But for the time being, we just need to waste his time to take the side objectives. We can't really fight them head on into that Mortis. I can do it. Test me. What do we have coming in? Hulkers, Bubonic, and Furies. More light cav. 2 light cav will kill the Fury, no problem. Taking a lot of damage on our Soul Grinder that we don't need to be taking. Go ahead and Pavane those things. Shoot the Great and Clean one. Alright, they're running. Doing a good job of screening my Skirm Cav with his infantry, which is annoying. Effective. Our skirms are getting a little low on ammo too, which is kind of an issue for us. We can't really do that. Our Lord needs to rotate to the other side because he needs help with this Fury fight. We can go charge the Frolickers Bubonic, that's not a problem. Get some more Chaos Warriors in the field and start charging these guys actually. Get you out of there. Get you out of there. Go ahead and Pavane these guys. Don't charge, those are whips. Let them take the charge. Go ahead and charge this. Shoot on them. You in. That should have been a Vanguard summon. Oh well. I'm sorry, what? Oh, throwing Cav. Throwing X Cav. Ah, run! That was not good. My attention was divided. I got punished. Ah. Kill those Furies. Get out. Figure doesn't really help us at the moment. On the point. You're out of ammo. We need to desummon you because we need ammo. Yeah, this Lord is not proving to be all that useful. We got this point, but honestly, I don't really want to fight all of these Furies. I kind of want to move back towards the center. I also kind of wish I brought Slicing Shards. Give me some Seekers. I need something to actually come and hit this infantry hard and kill it. Soul Grinder, just keep cycle charging, don't actually commit to the fight. You guys go in guard mode, I don't want them charging into melee the moment their ammo's out. You guys come on back. We are getting close to killing that guy, but we can't. Nope, 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 nope. No! No! That character can heal, which is going to be our one saving grace, but I need to find low health targets to actually heal off of. Desummon the Chaos Warriors. Seekers should kill those guys real easily from behind. This fight is going poorly for me. Very poorly. My Lord is in a really risky spot. Seekers are doing a good job, though, but they are taking Mortis engine damage, which I don't like. I need you guys to start running down random infantry units with my Lord. We really just need to start healing our Lord. You can move up. We do have the point, which is a good place to be, but we're down in value. We need some of our Skirm Cav back on the field ASAP. We also really need HP on our Lord. Really need HP on our Lord. We also need to rampage some of these Furies and kill them off, because they're going to kill our Seekers, and we don't want that. Really don't want our Seekers to get killed by Furies. That's like a bad thing. I forgot about Fleshy Abundance. I hate Abundance, man. I worked so hard to take HP off of that character.
Take it back.
Does it have to be enemy that I heal off of? Can I heal off of my friends? That's not the right one. He's going for you. Enemy unit. Damn it. Brace. That didn't do anything. Cool. You really just bait my charges? Bruh, that's mean. Very mean. It's also highly effective. I need Furies on the field. I don't like this whole Fury situation. I feel like my Furies just get dumpstered by his. Which is not good for me. Really not good for me. Curse of the Slug, please jump on the Skirm Cav so I can eat you with Seekers. No! Stop making good decisions. Stop it. My Seeker's actually doing really well in this Furies. Not sure why that is. That was, like, surprisingly well. How's your Vigor? Exhausted? Yeah, get your Vigor back up. Oh my god, their Furies are destroying mine. Oh my god, that was not even close. Still kind of want to threaten that back point, but... We lost our Grinder too, which I don't really like. Oh, I got the fucking swarm of Furies. Land. I'm gonna lose one here in a second, which is not good. Oh, hello. Yeah, you don't have enough to actually take that point from the Nurglings. The Seekers are doing really well into Furies. I thought that was gonna go the other way. I thought Furies would destroy Seekers. Pleasantly surprised. If I do this again, I'm bringing a lot more Seekers. Like, those Furies got the charge on my Seekers and still ate shit and died. Which I'd love to see, personally. I need to go kill those Plague Bearers. My lord can fight for the center. Get me more Skirm Cav. We're not actually out of this yet. Seekers are the best thing on the field right now. I really wish I had a lot more of them because they're doing wonders for me. We need more infantry though. We need to actually get campwood on this point. We need to not get shot by those things. That's what we really need to not be doing. Okay, Seekers don't need to stay in sustained combat with Plague Bearers. That's a bad time for me. Get out of there, get out of there. Furies, go kill these guys. Got a lot of infantry coming back though, which is a problem for us. Pop that debuff so we get our passive procced. Skirmcav is like our only prayer against Nurgle. Feels like only thing that actually does well. Also, Seekers, apparently. I'm actually intrigued by this Seeker phenomenon. I'm curious if this is an isolated incident, or if this is something we can make use of. I love Seekers, and any excuse to take them makes me very happy. Why are you so slow? You cursed the slug, now you're just poisoned? Really? Also, Plague Bearer leadership, man. Plague Bearer leadership is crazy.
With pleasure. Drag us to the source.
Seekers of Slaughter!
I am endowed.
One of your units has been destroyed.
I need to get rid of these toads. They're cock-blocking me off the point. They're a real problem. But honestly, the biggest problem is that that Grit and Clean was still alive in the center.
Sweet, sweet slaughter.
Oh, we got Capweight for the moment. As we're losing all of our Skirm Cav. And we have to 3-cap. Alright, we have to 3-cap, which means it's time to see if we can kill that Great and Clean one. Frolickers and Bonnick are still sitting over there, aren't they?
If I must, we must flee. Darkling majesty.
The nice thing is, like, my lord's just healing a ton.
Horned one. Closer, closer. Fluid grace. Walking.
What is that? Oh, that's one of my effects, I guess. Yeah. Don't think we're taking this one. Oh well.
You have been the enemy has slain.
That was fun. Playing these kinds of like high mobility, low missile mirrors is a lot of fun. It's just micro. Soul Grinder I could have done better with. The Soul Grinder I probably could have left at home. Yeah, I felt the SE squad wasn't good, but Grimcap was good, and honestly, the Seekers were doing insanely well. Those Seekers were crazy. I need to play with Seekers now. I need to toy around with some Seekers. I forgot I had this unit. This unit would have been really useful. Oh well. That's what I get for sitting on a Vanguard point the whole time. Alright. Alright, so we have the replay for the first game. We will go ahead and get that going. So, I know you guys really love seeing Nurgle. So, for this replay, there's going to be a lot of Nurgle. In fact, there's going to be 2 of them. Because we do have the most blessed of all matchups. Oh, wait, that's Norska versus Nurgle. I can't read. I'm disappointed. I wanted to see 2 Kugaths rubbing their bellies on each other. I'm very disappointed. Oh well. So we have Leech Lord and we have Klob, and I should put up a scoreboard. Alright, I'm going to scoreboard up. This is game 1. I too am disappointed. I wanted the Nurgle mirror. I was really excited for a Nurgle mirror. I'll be honest. Really wanted to see it happen. But, alas, here we are. Assuming my game doesn't crash. Come on, game. I believe in you. You already hate Nurgle. Come on, they're green. Wood Elves are green. It's basically the same thing, Serica. It's basically a Wood Elf meta. They're all green. Alright! So we got Leech Lord on Norska and Klob on Nurgle, and the cat is back. Go away, cat. Don't you cause trouble. So we got Wolfric. He has, what's that, Hunter of Champions, Seafang, and Sword of Torgvald. Skinwolf Werekin. Completely naked, just here for the fighting power, which I guess this squad is kind of geared to trying to take down Exalted Heroes, which I could see. Exalted Heroes are really annoying for a lot of factions, and they tend to hunt your casters and your characters, so having that little goon squad is very valuable. Plague of Rust and Searing Doom on a Shaman Sorcerer of Metal. Then we have Marauder Champions, Marauders, Champions, Great Weapons, Spears, just a bunch of Marauders and Champs. And a couple of Marauder Horsemen to go and cap points and get some early poke off. For Klob's Nurgle, we have Vestus the Leech Lord, my favorite Nurgle Lord. He has just Stream of Corruption and the passive for passive spamming. We got a Cultist with what items he got? He just got an Icon of Eternal Virulence to help debuff the enemy blob, to help you win that frontline fight. We got some Plague Ogres. I saw Kazik. Is that how you pronounce this guy? Kazik the Befouled. With none of his abilities. Again, just a body to go and kill. I don't know what he kills. I haven't actually seen this guy in play too much. He's anti-infantry, but I suspect he'll be doing a lot more against characters. Then we have Frontline Plague Bearers. This is pretty standard for Nurgle these days. Plague Bearers are just insanely hard to kill, as you saw in several of our past few games. So, yeah, they should do a pretty good job grinding on the front line, especially with that healing from Festus and that debuff from the Cultist. That's a really, really tough front line to get through. The Norse exempt that were cut out for them. Now, the big advantage Norska does have in this matchup is that they have vastly superior skirmish cav, and they can bring more of it. They can shoot pretty heavily into the Plague Bearers. So, we're going to see if they're able to actually keep that skirmish cav online, though, with the threat of Furies coming through. Center cap is going to Norska. The Nurglings are just eating ammo, which honestly is probably a fine trade for Nurgle. Trading your Nurglings for the enemy skirm cav's ammo is pretty acceptable as far as I'm concerned. Nurgling's jobs are to get hit, and you're getting hit by the most valuable and limited resource that Norska has, so... yeah, honestly, fine by me. If I'm the Nurgle player, I'm happy with that. More Nurglings popping out of the trees. Norskins are advancing through the open ground, and yeah. See how Leech Lord's positioned himself in the open ground, because he wants to play around that Skirm Cav, so he needs those lines of sight. Doesn't want to be fighting the forest. So, very, very good there. Nurgling's just going to push up and try to get the fight started, try to make sure they have space to bring the rest of their troops onto the battlefield. Or, sorry, onto the objective, rather. Cultist pushing up. Cultist, like, didn't bring the summon, did he? No, it's just a debuff character. But he's going to go get into that work and immediately and just get punted! Foot characters. I love foot characters. And it takes no damage. But the fight for Festus has immediately gone in. Hunter Champion's going down. I'm trying to goon out Festus immediately. And Festus does not have... oh, he does have his healing elixirs active. Takes a big chunk of damage, but so does the Werekin. Hold this game alone. And here come the Plague Ogres, the Grey Opens. Oh, this could be the game immediately. If Wolfric just gets gooned by these Plague Ogres. Festus is getting destroyed. Festus is eating it from Wolfric, but Kazik, I still don't know how to pronounce his name. Cloud comes in to try and peel him off, but Wolfric has one job and he has one target in mind. The only thing on his mind is killing Festus, and he's doing a good job. The Festus is still healing, and Wolfric doesn't have any healing available, and that's a lot of health gone. Ooh, that looks really bad, and there's some Bile Trolls. That don't look so good for Wolfric. Which means that don't look so good for Norska. Wolfric doesn't have any healing available to him either, so like his best case scenario is getting out and desummoning, but that ain't gonna happen. He's gonna get chased off or killed. That is a massive blow for Norska. They also have a lot of infantry over here sitting around just idle at the moment. They have the champions doing a good job grinding. Plague Bearers, without the support of Festus and the Cultist, will lose to champions, it looks like. So, the frontline grind is going just fine, but that balls deep charge from Wolfric. Yeah, Wolfric is either dead or shattered. There he goes. Looks like the Werekin got out, and he'll regenerate. He's tearing apart some Plague Bearers down here as we speak. Ooh. Goodbye there. Anyway, Cultist coming in, now we're going for the reverse snipe. Now we're chasing after the cast. How much mass do these Cultists have? It's got to be like nothing, right? 600? Okay. They just keep being punted, and it's my favorite thing. But anyway, the Nurgle reinforcements have arrived. The Monster Infantry is charging in. The Bile Trolls are going to start chomping through these Marauder champions. They're going to do a good job there, just vomiting all over them. The Cultist is oh my god, he's already routed the Shaman Sorcerer. I guess with Lord Lost, that's a pretty big penalty. Norska is only slightly behind in value, but with the healing on Festus and all that damage being on Festus, it feels a lot worse. That said, we got a lot of mobile reinforcements coming for Norska. Got a bunch of Skirm Cav, got some dogs coming in. We could definitely swing this fight, but I don't know, without Wolfric, it's really hard. You get these guys active as well. They need to start fighting something, get value someplace. Got Skirm Cav taking Objective 1, and Nurgle does have a hard time contesting these side points. Kind of like we saw in the last game of Slaanesh. Like, you could force on the side points a lot against Nurgle, because they are just so slow, but when they get there, they're going to win. Like, if the Bile Trolls fight these Skirm Cav, they're going to win. So the Skirm Cav need to run away, take the objective, and run into the trees the best you can. Fury's coming in as well. Really big problem for Norska. This is already looking really rough. Frontline's not doing well. The Cultist overextended and does get caught by some Warhounds as well as that Werekin. So he's going to go. He has regen, but I suspect he'll get chased off by something. Yeah, the Skirm Cav do get Objective 1, but they also get caught by those Bile Trolls, and the Fury's coming in as well, so kind of keep running. Beast of Tashanar, bit of a micro-lapse. Plague Bears are coming in. They're getting together with them. Norska's whole center of the map is falling apart. They've got still this little bastion on the left side. They're killing some of these trolls. He's pushing back the Nurgle forces, but the right side of the map is entirely under control of Nurgle. They haven't taken back Objective 1 just yet, but that's because they have things to kill and time to do it. Spear's pushing through, trying to get on top of that objective, trying to fight those ogres. No early infantry left over here for Nurgle, which is a boon for Norska, as they have lots of spears here that can just force out those Bile Trolls and those Plague Ogres. The Furies, however, are infantry-sized, so when they come in, they're not going to care about the pointy sticks. They're just going to go right in. Or they're going to chill. They're just going to vibe. Just going to vibe in sync. In sync vibing. Anyway, yeah. And Wolfric is back. He has wandered back on the battlefield, and that's actually huge, because that gets rid of the Lord Dead debuff. So, all the leadership is fixed. Wolfric is back. Festus has to be careful again. Kazik has to be careful where he goes now. So that's actually not a bad resummon, and Norska could actually still be in this game. They've overtaken the value lead. They've got Objective 1 for the moment. They're taking Objective 2, pushing back on. Nurgle doesn't have any infantry left on the field, really. Having Festus stuck in the back, not healing the Plague Bearers, means that Nurgle lost their front line so quickly. So the Wolfric dive, I feel like inadvertently, is actually getting them back in the game. Losing Wolfric, sacrificing him to keep Festus busy, and force a lot of elite summons that Nurgle didn't necessarily want in the early game, means that Nurgle just doesn't have a lot of the sticking power on the objectives anymore. Just kind of a really interesting dynamic. Not something I really expected. These stashed on the Battle Trolls are just getting ham. Warhounds are squishy. Warhounds are very squishy. They will chew up these trolls a little bit, but they're going to take a lot of damage in return. Scrimcab is circling around to try and get on top of... Ooh, Kasich. Kasich is caught. Like I said, he's got to be careful now. The Wolfric's back. I assume Hunter Champions and Plague of Rust is on him, so he's very squishy, but the Plague Ogres are here. They saw Wolfric came back and said, hey, didn't we just get rid of you? Can't you just stay gone for like 5 minutes? So, they're going to put the hurt on Wolfric along with Kasich. The Werkin's here as well to try and help, as well as some Marauder Champs. We'd love to see some Spear support, but I don't think there's any available, sadly. They're a little stuck in the other fight. Searing Doom coming down. That's okay. I've never really been a fan of Searing Doom. That spell has always disappointed me. Furies coming in, trying to get into this business, trying to keep the skirmish cav off of this character fight. But problem is, Festus is just kind of vibing. He's just kind of vibing, healing on the objective, keeping these Bile Trolls topped up. Objective 1 is still firmly held by Nurgle as well for the moment. These Plague Bearers, my gosh, Plague Bearers are so hard to kill with the leadership buffs. They're so hard to kill. Jeez. Characters have extricated themselves from the Plague Ogres, and the fight in the back over the Skirmcav is just kind of silly. We got a bunch of Norscan Warhounds. I'm surprised it's all Warhounds and no Icehounds. Icehounds are really, really good, so I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing them. They should chew up Furies just fine. The infantry as well should take care of them. The Skirmcav is gone, which is a big problem. As I said, that's the real big benefit or advantage that Norsca has over Nurgle. And Wolfric has not learned his lesson. He's going for Festus again, but there are Bile Trolls here, Kazich's here. Wolfric ain't looking too healthy in the first place, so he needs to be very, very careful, but okay, he's just trying to get out. Good. Get out, run away. I assume you're faster than the Nurgle character, right? Nah, only barely, and that's when you're poisoned. So, he's running for some help. Marauder Grapplins are here to bail him out. They'll start chopping up these Plague Ogres, but Plague Ogres are just so resilient, man. They're so tanky, especially with the healing from Festus going in. Zooming out a bit, there's not a whole lot left on the field for Norsca. Oh wow, no, it's just all in the corner dealing with the Furies. We've got Berserkers, we've got a bunch of Skirmcav. They gotta get on these points though. There's just a pocket of elite monstrous infantry for Nurgle that's so hard to get rid of. We got Kasich, and we got these Plague Ogres and Bile Trolls that are just doing so much work. And we need the Skirmcav to come shoot them, but the Furies keep chasing them off. Skirmcav needs to be the one to deal with these Plague Ogres, because nothing else really can. There's not actually, I'm kind of surprised there's no Skin Wolves. I guess Skin Wolves probably just get shit on by Furies. And this is the biggest problem for Norscan. The Plague Bears are back, and without Norscan infantry here, there's nothing to really shoot through them. You can shoot them through your Skirmcav, but they're so tanky and you have better targets, and they're being healed. The Werkin is back on Festus, getting him near his heal cap, but the Skirmcav is coming into peel, which is a good play. Dive your Skirmcav in to protect your Lord. He's much more valuable than the Skirmcav, so absolutely a trade you take. Skirmcav is just trying to pile on the point and trying to apply the cap weight while shooting, but not quite enough to flip it. Looks like the Skin Wolf is in a bit of a rough spot. Doing surprisingly poorly into the Skirmcav and the Nurglings. But I don't know about you, but I am seeing lots and lots of plague. Lots of green plagued monsters all over the center objective. Skirmcav are going to run to the other objective. Try to flip it again. Try and get them some more time to actually stay in this game. Get their own second wave of infantry out, but it's kind of a desperate attempt. There are Plague Bears coming in. As soon as Plague Bears waddle over here, they're going to be able to take this point. Skirmcav can't really deal with them themselves. They're going to need actual infantry support, which isn't really available for Norsca at the moment, as they seem to have a lot of mobility in the reserves, which is coming back to bite them. They just don't have the staying power that they need to actually get on these objectives against the healing of Nurgle. Berserkers coming in, and they'll tear up those Nurglings, something fierce, but the problem is they take so much damage in return. Berserkers are just so flimsy. 24 MD'd. Yes, they have a bit of Fizz resist from their rage, but for 750, they're just going to take so much damage, especially the Plague Bearers hit so hard, man. Wolfric is back onto Kasich the Profound alongside his Skin Wolves, doing some damage, but Kasich is surprisingly durable. Despite losing all of his armor and a lot of his melee defense, he ain't really dying. He's just kind of chilling. Does he have regen? he does have regen, so he's just healing through it all, doing as much as he likes. And how much value is he actually at this point? We're going, jeez! I guess he killed Wolf because of fighting characters, but still, that's a lot more value than I expected. Objective 1 has flipped into Norska's control, but these Plague Bearers and these Skirmcav are going to force it back onto Nurgle's side. Center objective is still contested, but looks like it is still being held by Nurgle. But the points are very, very close, and we're getting pretty late in the game where if Nurgle can't tie down these side objectives, they're going to get just choked out by points. But nice charge here, no counter charge from the Norscan Horsemen, so they should lose, as well as the fact that Marauder Horsemen Marked Horsemen tend to have a really good melee stats as well as poison. So, with the Plague Bear help, they will take that objective. Norska's going to need this second wave of infantry to actually get in here and start doing some work if they're going to be taken out. And jeez, what was that? Was that a spell? What just nuked those Pestigors? It must have been a boat. That's what it must have been a boat. Yeah. But Kasich is killing Wolfric for a second time with Plague Bearer help. Skirmcav are jumping in, trying to peel him off, but Wolfric is... he's decided to wander somewhere else. This place kind of sucks. Let's wander elsewhere. We got some Skirmcav in the back. What are you... Oh, what are you chasing? You're chasing out Bile Trolls, which... Smart, but you've gone too far. You need to get out of there now. Objective 3 is just completely uncontested. Norska gets to have that objective the whole game. Nurgle doesn't care. Objective 1 is still being held by Norska. Nurgle's trying to get on this point. We got Pestigors coming in, we got Furies. I think really Skirmcav, but Norska's just making it as difficult as possible. Leechlord just does not want to give up Objective 1 easily. Slow down the cap point, slow down the transfer rate, make sure Nurgle's getting as few points as possible, and just try to hang in there as long as you can. And Leechlord's actually got a ton of value as Norska somehow, despite the fact that he's lost Wolfric not once but twice at this point. Oh my god, Herb Champions to slow him down. Can he get there? No, he can't. No, Wolfric's safe. Especially with the Marauders in the way. That's pretty funny. Okay, so Wolfric does desummon the second time. Kasich gets lured to the far end of the map. Norska currently holds a 3-cap. Nurgle's not getting any points. It's not going to last very long, but Nurgle is just getting, squeezed off of these points. And this is one hell of a comeback. Considering how badly the initial engagement went for Leechlord, to be ahead at this stage of the game is just insane. It's actually insane. We got a Stream Corruption coming in, trying to get as much healing as possible for the Nurgle forces, but Festus... I mean, that initial dive means Festus had to play really safe this whole time because he's been heal capped, so he's a really squishy character. So if he puts himself in too much danger, he's actually in a lot of trouble. Skidwolves are trying to wear out these Plague Bearers, but I just don't actually see Nurgle getting back on these points in time. The reinforcements seem to be non-existent. It's just Furies, which obviously don't have cap weight. They're going to take out these Jabs, but Jabs ain't the ones capping the point. It's all the Spears, and the Horse Masters, and the Marauders. And it looks like, yeah, Nurgle, they've got to hang on objective number 1, but they've got nothing over there that can rotate quickly. We got Skirmcav that can threaten the back cap if they leave. The Werekin is on Festus, but he's very low, so he might be able to take him out, but he's a day too large duelist and not the greatest at killing foot characters. How you doing here, werewolf bro? Oh. Yeah, Skinwolf Werekin's probably going to break. We got the caster as well. He could always just start charging Festus in the back if he wanted to. But there's just too many Norscan bodies here. Plague Bearers just haven't lasted long enough. Festus hasn't gotten that much healing done, it feels like. So, Nurgle has to 3-cap, I think? Math is hard, but I think so. And I just don't see it happening. They just don't have the speed. They don't have the bodies. I think Norska's going to take this one. Yeah. I feel like this all came off that initial engagement. Like, Festus being forced so far back and unable to support the frontline fight meant that the Plague Bearers died, which meant Norska could keep scrapping against the elite units with their infantry and spears and get a lot of value off of their infantry. Whereas, like, Nurgle just never had chaff support because their Plague Bearers died so early and took so long to come back. And now they're back, but it's just too late, and there's too many bodies to go through. There's too many Skirmcav running all over the place, and Nurgle's just being pulled apart by Leechlord's Norska. This is pretty solid Norska play from Leechlord. And there you have it. I have the replay. I'm renaming the replay because he sent me an autosave. Alright. Check out some of this value. Wolfric, for 2 summons, that's not the greatest. Skinwolf did okay. Gaster did fine. Scrimcav did well. Champs? Champs felt like they were just hanging on and doing, you know, the work of the Dark Gods. Just being on the points was so annoying for Nurgle and their more elite Monstrous Infantry. Tashnar did well. Berserkers got summoned twice. That's cheating. Yeah, I feel like it's just map play and rotations that made that help Legion get there. Wait a second. I checked Festus like 2 minutes before the game ended and he was at 1,000. How did he get 1,800? I guess he was fighting the Werkin. Maybe he just beat up the Werkin. Oh my goodness. Maybe this character's good. I guess he killed Wolfric twice and then just kept fighting the entire game, so. Plague Ogres did well. Plague Bearers did well. Vestigors did well. What was in these reserves? Ah. I feel like this Chaos Knight would have been so valuable. I feel like you need to summon less Furies, and that Chaos Knight needs to come out. Battle Trolls felt solid, but yeah. You think that was Delta Tape. Alright, let's refresh this page. Got Bretonnia this time. Oh, okay. All according to plan. Alright. I have a message on Discord. Alright, I'm going to pause this real quick. I need to answer some DMs. Give me just a second. Ooh. Yeah, I don't like having tournaments this late, typically, because it makes it really, really awkward for anybody in Europe. So, because it is, it's 8:30 p.m. here, which means in Europe it's 1 or 2 in the morning. So typically I like to host tournaments earlier, but we had that, somebody, who was it? I think actually Leech Lord hosted the intermediate beginner event earlier, and I didn't want to step on his toes, so 0200? Yeah, it's really really late for the Europeans. So I usually like to have my tournaments in a time frame that can appeal to both, but sometimes that can't happen, sadly. I also had, yeah, it wasn't just the other tournament. I also had my own stuff to do this afternoon. So, all right, I think I have resolved the issues in DMs. Let's get this started. So we have Leech Lord on Brett. We have Alberic, Royal Hippogriffs, Battle Pilgrims, Archers. Pretty standard Brett fare. I assume there's a Lifecaster somewhere. Yeah, Lifecaster with passive spam. Nothing out of the ordinary there. And then for Wolfric, for Klob on Norska with Wolfric, we have a very wide Norscan army with Shaman Sorcerer of just Searing Doom. As I said, not a spell I'm a big fan of. Other than that, it's just a very wide Norscan build. Marauders, some Champs, and some Javs. Javs will tear apart any kind of cavalry they can sink their teeth into. If they start firing at these Royal Hippos, despite the lack of armor piercing, they will tear them to pieces. The anti-large bonus and missile strength is massive. They're doing, what, 46 damage per spear? Something like that. I guess it's not exactly because of the reload time, but like they hit so hard against large, so anything they can get their hands on, they will tear apart. It is a little awkward for Brett because they are going to end up having to fight in Objective 3, which is this very narrow, secluded bowl. There's not a lot of space for cav play. There's not a lot of room for archers. Hippos are just going straight on the Javs. Wolfric's going to try a peel, but honestly, I think Wolfric... Oh, Wolfric's on foot. Interesting. I feel like Wolfric is very scared of this blob. Alberic... I mean, I guess being on foot means he isn't scared about the anti-large bonus that Alberic is giving these guys, but still, the Hippos with Alberic is a very, very scary goon squad. And yeah, so the archers are trying to fire through the trees, and they're actually doing a pretty good job. Hippogriffs... Oh my goodness. Hippogriffs just destroy everything. Hippogriffs are probably the best elite cav unit in the game. I mean, look how fast this infantry just disappears. Just vanished immediately. So, on the far side, though, they can't be everywhere, which means the Norscan wider army is going to be winning out on the frontline fight elsewhere. These Marauders are more than a match for these Spearmen at Arms. They will destroy them. Javs getting shot by Archers, which is a good choice. They are the biggest threat to your big goon squad here. Wolfric's just hiding in the back, which is probably a smart thing to do. It's a safe place for him. This is one of those times when it really feels bad as Norska to have such a limited Lord roster, because you don't really want any of your Lords. Gorog is too vulnerable, Wolfric on Horse is too vulnerable, Wolfric on Foot doesn't do much, and the Chieftain doesn't do much. So it's just like, well, kind of sucks to be Norska. Archer's actually getting some really good volleys over these trees, which means the Norscan front line is actually crumbling to pieces. Well, these are also battle poses with the Grail Relief, which means their melee attack is substantial. They will shred the Norscan Marauders. On this side, the Hippogriffs are doing whatever they want. Javs are firing in, Skinnels as well coming to punish, but they're getting hit by flaming arrows, and there is still plenty of healing available for these Hippogriffs. Looks like Norska has taken Objective 3 for the moment. We have Knights of the Realm coming in, we have a Searing Doom. I was zooming in to talk about how shitty that spell is, but that was actually pretty darn good. Skinnels are getting torn apart. Knights of the Realm, as well as all the infantry. Everything here is bonus versus large for Brett because of Alberic. These peasants have, what, 12 bonus versus large on a peasant mob. These skin wolves stand no chance. Alberic's ability, like anti-large aura, is silly. It's so silly when you give it to all the peasants and like foot squires and stuff. It is ridiculous. But with more spears piling in for Norska, Alberic is going to start to dip. Wolfric is there as well. And Wolfric on foot can do some decent work if you can ever catch him. Javs are running into melee, which is exactly where they want to be. You know, who needs missile fire when you can just walk up and poke them with a stick? You never miss. You get to apply no damage. Why would you ever throw it when you can just shove it into their butthole? You know? Anyway, Norska is holding all three? No, they're not holding Objective 3. The Battle Pilgrims with the Grow Weeks are still grinding very, very effectively, but Marauder Champions are there now, who do vastly outclass them all. Champs as well into the back line. Royal Hippogriffs Knights are just chilling out, probably waiting for some healing as they go to tear apart those guys. This is looking a little rough for... Wait, how is Brett up so much value? This looks like Norska's just running away with it. But I guess they keep losing the... Yeah, they lost a couple of skin levels. Most of their expensive stuff is dead. It's just a lot of chaff for Norska. Whereas the Hippogriffs are still healthy. They're going to get healed up even more. Knights of the Realm... Oh, Growl Knights are doing whatever they want. Knights of the Realm have died to the chaff. But oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. That's all friendly fire. Okay. Well... If you're going to friendly fire with the spell, at least make it Searing Doom. Javs are trying to stop a Barrack from killing the Shaman Sorcerer, but it's too late. He is terrified. He is running. Barrack takes some damage in return, but not a lot. He's trapped with Kindles. This actually be huge. If you can't get out of here, if getting stuck by anti-large units right in front of Javs. See how much damage the Javs do? This is 60 models of Javs tearing apart a, what, 2600 Lord? 24, 26, something like that? 100? I don't remember how much the butter costs. I don't remember. But look how low he's getting. I mean, there is healing available, but, like, he has to be very, very careful. Javs do so much work. Wait. Or Skinwolves do a lot of work. Who was hitting him? I guess it was the Skinwolves and throwing axes? Or I guess their value's just not being tracked correctly. I don't know. All I know is that Alberic is low health and has to run back to Mommy for some healing. Actually, this isn't Mommy. Faye is Mommy, but we're not going to talk about that. Anyway, Grail Knights charging with the infantry. Should be pretty much unrestrained over here. There's no mass to stop them. Oh no, I stand correct. They're Skinwolves. The Grail Knights are more than a match for them. Although with the spear support, oh, the Hippogriff's coming in. These Skinwolves, Earthblood coming in as well. It's a bad time to be a furry. It's a very bad time to be a furry. Skinwolves are gone. Archers are firing in as well to prevent the healing. The fire arrows, throwing axes are doing what they can to try and wear down these elite units, but yeah, they're doing alright. They're doing their best. Value has actually swung back in favor of Norska, and they are holding all 3 points for the moment. But Brett is definitely very good from behind. Being able to summon in so much cav in the late game means you have a lot of battlefield control. Companions coming in. Archers are still free firing, and honestly, how much are these archers at? Yeah, Peasant Bowmen, they just get to shoot and fire. They will do a lot of damage. We have Men-at-Arms, Polearms coming in to try and fight these Marauders. Hippos are back in the air. The problem is a lot of what Norska has on the field is very, very low health, and these Javs are too close together. Oh no! Goodbye, Jav Corps. Yep, Leech Lord saw that opening. He's going right for Klob's Javs. And that's all of your shooting offline. That's all of the threat for these Grail Knights and Hippos and Alberic offline. It means now they can just do whatever they want. Like, it's so hard for Norska to deal with Searing Doom on Hippogriffs. I don't like that spell. I haven't made it abundantly clear. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's a lot of bonus versus large. Oh no. It's a bad day to be a furry. These poor Skinwolves. I mean, the charge bonus didn't happen, which is the one thing holding them in this. Shaman Sorcerer's coming to help out, lend whatever aid he can. Companions of Canals are actually going down pretty effectively. We got some throwing axes coming in. This is actually going better for the Norsemen than I thought it was, but the Skinwolves are still going to die. Oh, that's a boat. That's an optimistic boat, but it's still a boat. Oh no, that was Alberic. Popping that for the leadership buff. To get rid of these Skinwolves. We got more and more Knights coming in, and this is what I was worried about. Brett can just bring in so much cav in the late game. They can get everywhere. They're down a ton of points, but they can 3-cap very easily if their cav goes unrestrained, which Norska has a hard time doing. Without their chaff support, the Skinwolves do not win against these cav most of the time. Looks like Wulfric is trying to fight Alberic. He's got some Skinwolf support, but there's also Royal Hippogriffs, so Wulfric is a bit outmatched, I'd say. Wolf, this is not a good day to be a Wanderer. He's just been getting absolutely shafted in every matchup. And by every, I mean both. The Spearmen and Arms backcapping over there. Peasants rallying in the backfield, not doing a whole lot, but there's just not enough mass from the Norseman side to actually get rid of all these Knights. So we got some Trolls coming in, but they're just getting clobbered by this cav play. And this cav play is just disgusting from Leech Lord. Like, anytime there's a unit that could contest them, they all collapse on it with Alberic, the anti-large bonuses, delete that unit with a Skinwolf or a Troll or Wulfric. They get rid of it and say, alright, now back to eating the infantry. Like, look around. There's just not much on the field for Norska. Everything's looking green. Norska's contained to just way in the back over here. Whereas Brett has secured their backfield. They're going to go secure Objective 3 because there's one Marauder Champion, which can't do much against a bunch of Knights cycle charging it with Battle Pilgrim support or Men-at-Arms or whatever. And then it's just, can Norska hold Objective 1? Which, to be fair, Brett does need to 3-cap. If Norska can hold Objective 1 for the rest of the game, they will win. But that's a tall order when Brett's just sending wave after wave of Knights at you. All you have are these Chaff Marauders and throwing axes to try and wear them down. You've got Skinwolves, but we've seen how well that does. The anti-large ore from Alberic is brutal. So it's just how long can these Marauders hold against the relentless cycle charging of Cav. Now, there aren't any archers up here, which is kind of nice, which means Norse can actually get their regen without worrying about the fire. But Wulfric is terror routed. He's down to not a lot of HP. What, like 1500 HP? Yeah. Alberic's doing what he can. But Wulfric's going to try and wander away again and find another map where maybe he can have some more success. Oh, he rallied, he's fighting. Alberic's low health, but there's still yet more healing for him. Marauders need to try and help Wolfric out, but he's going down. Another Earthblood comes in. More healing on the Knights of the Realm. These Grail Knights have 800 hit points, 11 models, and they're still going. These Hippogriffs are still alive. Already hit almost 2600 value. Hippogriffs are gross. This unit is so good. They're so good. Look at this. Look at this. They're the only flying unit that actually does collision damage when they charge. Now, they're taking a bunch of axes to the face, which is not the best time to be them, but that's fine. Cav and Men-at-Arms are going to take Objective 3 away from Norska. They need to hold Objective 1 for not that long, honestly, but Brett obviously has a lot of Cav they can shove down the barrel, and as soon as all those forces are done on Objective 3, they can rotate over. The Archers are catching up, which means they're going to be providing fire support, numbing that regeneration, and the Hippogriffs are almost dead, but that Terror Source is still in effect, and honestly, 8 models Hippogriffs with that much healing can still do a lot of work. And the problem is there's just no Norskins. Norskins, the value says it's almost exactly even. It does not feel like it. There's been so much value, farmed off those Royal Hippogriffs that are still alive, still getting healed. Same with Alberic, same with the Grail Knights. Like, there's been so much value out of the healing for Brett. It's insane. 300 kills for these guys. They still have 5 models. They've got almost 3,000 value. The Skin Wolves, oh. Again, Knights of the Realm with 24 bonus versus large and an Earthblood. It's a bad day to be a werewolf. Very bad day. Very bad day. And fire arrows coming in to make sure they're not even healing. The 3-cap has come in, and I don't see Norse getting back on here. There's just nothing left on the field for them. And Brett's reinforcements are just so fast. Alberic can keep running around as a one-man hit squad, killing whatever he wants, and these Hippogriffs are still alive! There's 4 of them! They have 3,000 value! They have 400 hit points! They can still heal more! But yeah, the Archer's position on Objective 1, the Skirmcav can't even get close. There's no infantry support, there's no Lord, there's no caster. This looks brutal for Norska. That was close, though. Klob almost had it. He had that 3-cap for a while, but the reverse 3-cap does come in. And just, oh my gosh. Shutting down Hippogriffs. I think they finally died. Nope, they're still over there. Still flying. Hippogriffs are insanely hard to shut down for a lot of factions. Especially since all of your options to punish them are large themselves, so then you jump on them with all your Skin Wolves and your Trolls, and then Alberic just buffs the hell out of the blob. And, just gets infinite value. So that is... Oh, I never even used the scoreboard. That is Leech Lord taking the semifinal 2-0. Final tally for the Hippogriffs is 30-30. Barracks at 2176. Yeah. Hippogriffs are a little bit silly. Realm Knights 2700. Knights of the Realm, yeah. Yeah, the problem was that anytime Skin Wolves tried to stop any of the elite Calf, Alberic was there just buffing them up so much, giving them all that bonus versus large. Honestly, I feel like if you're bringing a Shaman Sorcerer into Brett, you need Plague of Rust. As much as I hate that spell, Skin Wolves don't have AP, and all the Knights are armored, so you really want to have it to just... And the Javs, too. Like, if you catch the Hippogriffs in front of Javs with Plague of Rust, you'll kill them. If he had had Plague of Rust on Alberic when he got caught by the Skin Wolves and those Javs, he would have died, and this would have been a different game. Like, he would have died, and that might have been the game. Like, I feel like just that one change could have been game-winning. That was close. Despite all the value on the Brett units, and how, like, Norska did almost get tabled at the end there, like, that was a close game. Norska had a lot of points, a massive point lead off the early game, so... Alright, but that does bring us to our grand finals. So I need this up. We have caught up to where our players are live. So we're going to hop in with Subutai and Leech Lord. Put the blocker up, right? Yeah, good. Okay, so now we have... And of course they have to be on the other side. So now this needs to be Subutai. And this is Leech Lord. This is still a best of 3. Our maps are... What are our maps? We are on Borderlow, Battle for Itza, Imperial Road. It is pick 3, ban 1 in the first 2 rounds, and then Matrix for the 3rd round. We've got Beastmen TK. Okay, I'm going to catch with chat a bit, and then we'll talk about the matchup. Okay. Yeah. This is good. There's not a ton of high-end units. Yeah, Narcissus, like, low-tier stuff is very, very good. Like, Marauders are one of the best infantry units. Even Champs are really good. Scrum Cav is very good, but, like, they don't have anything good that costs more than, like, 1100. So, no real elite, no real, like, centerpieces. Sleep is overrated. Unicaster would also work, yeah. Alright. We have Beastmen Tomb Kings. So historically, I think I talked about this earlier during my drafts, but like historically, this is the worst Beastmen matchup in the game. Like last time I played this before the DLC, this was unwinnable for Beastmen. Pestigors may have changed that. We're here to see. Because basically, Tomb Kings could put a massive line of unbreakable spears in front of you, and then just shoot all your big things with great bows and stakes. And then have catapults or terror pieces to just rout off the infantry even faster. Now, the question here, in my mind, is do the Pestigors make the difference? Can they actually survive long enough and walk through that Tomb King front line? And honestly, my money's on no. That's why I didn't take the matchup earlier when I had the opportunity. Because these guys are not that durable, and that's what you need against Tomb Kings, is durable front line. But you do have more of it, so maybe it could work, but I would much rather be on the Tomb King side of this. We do have Pestigor frontline, a lot of infantry, Ungor Spearmen herds, Pestigors, Blackhorns, Ravagers. Malagor is solid here. He's very hard to shoot with any of the great bows. He can go and dive the backline as he wants. There's not a lot to punish him, and he can just run around casting Flock and enfeebling foe. And also giving vigor to the whole army, which is always very nice. Ungor Raiders, Ungor Spears, nothing too outlandish for the Beastmen. Tomb Kings, we have Katep. He is on, what is he on? He is on a horse. We have Usurian's Incantation of Vengeance. This is typically used on cavalry, basically a little bit stronger Melkoths. And then Jaff's Incantation of Cursed Blades, and Darude Sandstorm, as well as Lich Staff and passive spamming. So, a lot of passive spamming for Katep. Gonna make sure his opponent can't cast spells and heals his whole army. Streaming Skull Catapult, Chosen of the Gods, and then, like that, a lot of spears, and even some Nekara Warriors, which I think are a nice inclusion to help cut through those Pestigors. Now, all these two posture, I'm going to take a bite of my snack, because I haven't had dinner yet, so. Alright, Bakum coming in, trying to just fend off the Scrim Cav. A lot of fire coming in these Ungor Spears, but they're very cheap, and they're shielded, so it's not the most devastating. Chosen of God do need to back up. Malachor is as well diving them. Chosen of God don't have a lot of great targets. They do alright in infantry, but really they want to be shooting cavalry. And don't expect we're going to be seeing a whole lot of that, as Tomb Kings just do so well into it, so. Looks like Beastmen have control of both side points at the moment, and looks like they are going to be taking the center as well. Tomb Kings are kind of stuffed back into this little box back here, which is partially where they want to be. They can farm a lot of value from here, but they can't stay here too long, as they will lose all the objectives. Now, the other thing to be concerned about for Tomb Kings is the lack of capture rate. All of their basic spears are expendable, so they need these Tomb Guard and these Nekar Warriors to actually come and provide capture rate. Apples are firing in. Oh, that could be devastating. Get a good hit. Nope. Bad hit. Ungor Spears are, or Ungor Raiders are firing in, but these are silver shielded. Cheap infantry, so not the most devastating. Pestigors, like I said, they're not. Like I said, I was expecting they're not really doing that much. You got Incantation of Vengeance coming in. Should do alright against Pestigors, I imagine. I mean, it's slowing them. That's nice. It looks pretty. Not the most devastating. Value is pretty low across the board, which I wonder if it's the counter failing or if it's just every shot is missing. The big ol' penis silo of protection protecting these Ungor Raiders. I mean, it's kind of a cheeky spot for Beastmen. Just hide behind this tower so you can't be shot with the catapult. Very good. Oh, we have a cheeky Centaur in the back getting on the top of that catapult. That's huge. These leaders to debuff from the catapult is really crippling for Beastmen. And we have skeleton chariots coming in as well. Interesting. But Centaur's taking the catapult, but it is going to trade up for the Tomb Kings as the catapults are very cheap and the Centaurs are not. So, Centaurs will go down, and they're not actually even taking out the catapults. That's a bit of a misplay from the Beastmen, I guess. I mean, I like the idea. They snuck them all the way through the forest. I didn't even see them, but not going to work out in the end. Malagor is just sticking to the Chosen of the Gods, which is really annoying as a Tomb Kings player, because you're relying on this unit to do a lot for you, and they haven't been allowed to shoot. Malagor's just sat on their faces, and you don't have good answers to foot characters as Tomb Kings. Unless you bring, like, the Kepler Guard, there's not really a good answer for him, and Malagor can just sit on those Chosen the entire time. Lich Lord is up on value, however, and with the Tomb King's healing passive as well, should be doing pretty well, but with the amount of mobility the Beastmen can send out in the late game, you need to be way ahead of them to actually take the objectives and hold them for any meaningful amount of time. And with Beastmen still holding a 3-cap, this is looking pretty concerning for the Tomb Kings. You really need to get on some of those objectives, and you really need to get on them now, as contesting objectives in the late game against Beastmen is very, very difficult. You need your infantry on them, and you need your infantry to hold. Centaurs are getting stuck in melee with spears, which is exactly what you want as Tomb Kings, getting countercharged by the Skeleton Horse Archers, doing as much as they can. They are, however, on... Oh wait, are these just... These are basic Centaur groups, not Zinch ones. I should have known because I have a barrier, but... Interesting. Very interesting. Tomb Kings should trade well into all the light cap of Beastmen. It's cheaper. It'll lose one-on-one, but it's cheaper, so it's just fine, as well as healing. Chariots come in. I question Chariots. Beastmen have some of the best light cap in the game to come and kill these Chariots. And their infantry is not that threatening. I feel like you would have been better off with more Nekar warriors. Because, like, that charge was disappointing. And now they have to run away because they're Centaurs. I feel like you'd have been better off with just more infantry. Or snakes or something like that. But the Beastmen infantry is still alive and well and still grinding. The Tomb Guard are not really bothered, but they also aren't on the objective. Objective ends right back here, so there's no objectives. It's looking real good for Beastmen, but they are starting to lose out on the flanks. Objective 1 should flip the Tomb King's favor any moment now. The cav fight is going to go in the favor of Beastmen. They can get a nice rear charge here, right in the back of those guys. Fresh Centaurs. And yeah, those Nekar horsemen are not long for this world. I saw a summon. Shoppy summon? Just fighting on the front line, trying to get rid of these Pestigors. If this whole blob can get on the center, it might have enough cap weight to take it. I mean, the Shoppy don't have cap weight, but like the Tomb Guard, Chariots are just dying to Raider Fire, which feels bad, man. And the Centaurs coming in means it's... this is... Falling behind against Beastmen like this feels so bad on this patch. Like, you just don't have time against Beastmen. It feels like they stuff you, and then they just spam out Centaurs in the late game. And it's so hard to get on objectives. So hard. Centaurs are routing. Objective 1 is still being held by the Beastmen somehow. Still being held. Kontep walked off. I think he was most of the Tomb King capture rate. It's concerning. Kontep, can you shut up? Can you shut up, Kontep, please? Alright, objective 2 is... this is looking really rough. Rough time to be a Tomb King. Rough time to be a Tomb King. Melee Shop summon coming in, trying to get rid of these raiders. Chariots are doing... yeah, I mean, they've got a bunch of kills. They're actually close to paying for themselves. Tomb Guard Halberds are on the center, and those Tomb Guard Halberds are the biggest problem for the Beastmen here. Very hard time chewing through them. Probably just aren't enough, it feels like. I feel like you want a lot more Tomb Guard. Tomb Guard Raider do get to one of the catapults, but there's another catapult where that came from. More light cap coming out. Trying to protect the Chosen of the Gods. The Chosen of the Gods is still so much ammo. Having this much ammo this late in the game for them feels so bad. Enfeebling Foe coming down as well. The Centaurs try to run them down with Malagor's help. Objective 1 is going to flip for the Tomb Kings. But they're down almost 1,000 points by the time they get their first objective. Actually, they're taking 2 at once. They almost capped 2, but then there's just more Beastmen infantry rallying. But I really worry they're never going to be able to get onto objective 3, because they do need 3 cap by this point for quite a while. So they have their work cut out for them. Nekar warriors can chew through these Ungor raiders, and they do get on the objective. Most critically, they get on the objective before they start fighting, and they'll chew up these Ungor spearmen. They will take a lot of damage from the raiders, but they should take the center objective. The question is, how long can the Beastmen hold this back objective? Or, yeah, how can Beastmen hold their back objective? And he realizes it. Just Goreherd to objective 3. That's all you got to do. Send Goreherd to... Oh no, never mind. Send Goreherd to objective 2, because you still have hold of it. Because you've got Centaurs coming in, Catapults coming in as well, trying to clear off whatever they can of the Beastmen. They didn't even get hit at the debuff, the leadership debuff. This is feeling really rough for Tomb Kings. Skulls firing into pest scores that have since shattered. Centaurs getting the rear of these New Red Halberds doing good damage. But Tomb Kings are almost capping. Beastmen are still capping. Beastmen are just not willing to give up a single inch. Just holding the objective the entire time. They're going down about 1,500 value, but it's just not enough. They've had control of these objectives the entire game, and damned if they'll give it up. They have no infantry left at this point. It's just Centaurs, but Centaurs are such a problem to get rid of. Now, Resurgence and Incantation of Vengeance, as well as the Chosen of the Gods, do just delete some of them. For this infantry, it needs to get to objective 3 now. These Goreherd, I feel like this is a mistake sending them to the middle. I feel like you should just say, take whatever you can get in the middle and then just back off over here, because you can fight such a small portion of the Tomb King's army over here. You're over here, there's no catapult fire, there's no Chosen of the Gods. All of these units over here just can't really help the fight on that far side of the map. Skeleton Horsemen have pinned down Malagor, doing good damage to him. If he dies, maybe Tomb Kings get back into this, but they just have their work cut out for them. There's so much left to do. They're up in value. They've almost tabled the Beastmen, but they just don't have time. They don't have speed. That said, I feel like Beastmen not having anything on Objective 3 is a mistake. These Goreherds, they sit on this line of Objective 3, the game would be over. Having them on Objective 2, where you lost control already, feels like such a big mistake. There's Blackhorn's Ravagers coming in as well, and I guess that's a lot of cap weight the Tomb Kings are going to have to match. But there's Chariots, there's Catapults, there's going to be a lot to actually kill this Goreherd. Contep as well, and Chosen of the Gods. There's so much here that Tomb Kings can actually kill them with, whereas over here there's no risk. There's just nothing here to contest. Centaurs coming in as well. Centaurs are going to try to slow them down. I feel like the middle fight, it's going to go to Tomb Kings sooner or later. It's just a matter, can the Beastmen recap before that happens? It's looking alright for them. We got Nehekar Warriors coming in. Again, Subutai's just blocking them off the objectives. They can't apply their capture weight. Looks like Beastmen are going to flip the center objective, and I don't see much hope for the Tomb Kings at this point. Yeah, they're just being slowed down objective 3. They're not even going to cap when they get there, because these guys have 4 combined capture weight, whereas these guys have 5 total. Just one Pestigore has 5, whereas these 2 infantry together have 4, because they're expendable, for some godforsaken reason. I miss when Tomb Kings had actual cap weight on their infantry. Center objective is just barely being held by the Tomb Kings. These guys were routing at the perfect time so that they could hold on. If they can hold it, maybe. There's so many infantry units coming out for Beastmen, and there's just nothing here to support for the Tomb Kings. There's no light cav available, no scrum cav. Malagor finally routes, which could be good, but Beastmen flip the center. I don't see that coming back. I don't see that one coming back. Leech's playing way too relaxed. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Leech Lord is the one who's playing at like 2 AM. So, it's kind of understandable, but still it feels real bad. Yeah. Objective 2 will go back in favor of the Tomb Kings, but there's just nothing to threaten 3 anytime soon. We are getting a little laggy, it looks like. Okay, never mind. We do have some spears coming through the trees. We have some Nehekar horsemen coming through the trees. But again, there's just no cap weight. Kotep's coming as well. He realizes he needs to get on that objective. Cap weight is flipping. These guys aren't here yet. If Kotep can actually just run into these Pestigores and slow them down, maybe Tomb Kings can get on this objective in time. Maybe. There's a slim chance. Kotep needs to get to this corner and hold... he can't get there in time. Even if he was trying to, which I don't think he is. I can't really tell. He's not there in time, because the Pestigores are on the point. And that's a lot of cap weight for the Beastmen, and Centaurs right behind them. Yeah. Beastmen are real good at the moment, and this is why. It's so hard to get on the objectives against them. Incantation of Vengeance coming down on the Centaurs. What's Katev actually done? Yeah, pretty good. Does he have any more sandstorms? He does not. He's used them all. Cav are coming in. Lots of Cav. Centaurs are probably going to beat them. Tomb Kings slightly. Nope. Beastmen still have the cap weight advantage. They're shredding those Skeleton Horsemen. We have more Centaurs coming in, and with the second wave of Centaurs coming through, it's so unlikely the Tomb Kings get here in time. We got, what, that's just the healing Skeleton Spearmen. They are out of vigor because of all the Pestors. And they have about 40 seconds. Back and forth. Katep needs to stand on this corner. He needs to intercept whatever's coming in to fight. Centaurs, Pestigors, whatever comes into fight, he needs to intercept it. And actually, do we see a back cap on the far side of the map? Yeah, those Tomb Guard will hold it. Those Tomb Guard will hold it. It's fine. It's all about Objective 3. With 20 seconds to go, the cap isn't happening fast enough. Unless all these Beast Mutes suddenly rout, I don't see it happening. Yeah. The value lead has just run away in Lead Sword's favor, but just can't get on the point in time.
I knew it.
Subutai takes our first game. Yeah. You can't afford to give up that much space in the early game as against Beastmen. Because 3-capping against them is so difficult. So difficult. Centaurs feel like one of the best units in the game right now. Like, just the way the game is, how it's so much faster paced with the objectives opening earlier. Less on the battlefield, and just having that cheap, extremely fast cav go anywhere and do whatever you need them to do. Very valuable. I feel like we need more Tomb Guard here. I don't think we need to start the catapult. If I was doing this as Tomb Kings, I think we just start max Tomb Guard and max Spears. With some Skirm Cav. Like, there's no way Beastmen killed. Like, these Tomb Guard were alive the entire game. One of them died. But they were up the entire game. And they were fighting on the center. Like, just having a line of Tomb Guard on... Like, if you just plant your feet with Tomb Guard on those two objectives as Tomb Kings early on, first of all, you can fight it very easily, because you have that more effective infantry. And then it's not going anywhere. Like, Beastmen struggle to kill Tomb Guard so much. Tomb Guard Halberds, particularly. They just have such a hard time killing Tomb Guard Halberds. Yeah, let's get our blocker up. So, I believe Subutai got the pick 3 ban 1 for the first game. So, it is now up to Leech Lord to bring it back. Yeah, there's a lot of little mistakes that come with, just being worn down. A lot of little micro things, but honestly, his game plan was solid, and despite being very tired, that was a very close game. It's a couple of little things going differently, and I feel like Tomb Kings takes that. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. You gotta make sure you have at least one objective. Alright. Well, these two picks, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I will be right back. See you guys in a minute. back. Big normal Tomb Guard or just halberds? Let's see. Kind of depends on the spin. That's the wrong button. So I would do, you know what, it's fine. I don't really care about the spend that his price that much. So yeah. Start with something like this. Yeah, something like this basically. Enforce some of these guys. Nehakara. Maybe a snake. Maybe some Skirmcav. Something in this ballpark does really, really well, because your infantry just vastly outclasses the Tomb King's infantry. Or, sorry, the Beastmen infantry. And then bows and snakes just shred everything that's big. Minotaurs, Cav, they all hate these units. So, this is like the basic premise of how I would play Tomb Kings and the Beastmen. Or how I have done it in the past, rather. Alright, so Leechlord has elected to concede, since it is very, very late for him. So Subutai is our winner, and that means that the tournament is done for the night. So, thank you guys all for joining me. I don't know if we'll be back next week. I think I have plans next week. Yes, I have plans next week, so probably won't have a tournament next week. So, we'll see where we pick up going forward. But anyway, thank you guys so much for joining me. Like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz, and I will see you guys next time. Peace.